Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to another episode of the Weekly Comic Wrap-Up. The boys are back. The boys are back in town. 2 weeks ago, we were all at a comic book convention. Last week, I was sicker than a dog, but this week, we are back. And what a week to be back, because the comic book industry seems like it is in civil war, in unrest, I guess I should say, due to
It's not back? What are you talking about? It's all back. It's all great, right?
Yeah, we're back, baby.
We're
Comic
saved.
books are back.
Yes.
We're in here. We're doing a live show. We're back. Yeah, so it's been quite the week, but Dolan, how you been, man? After a successful campaign, a fun convention, what have you been up to? Getting ready for Christmas?
Yeah, I got my Christmas gifts for the little kiddos. Got the gifts for little Jack and little Anderson. So they should have a Merry Christmas. And just been working on proving some art for Unholy Nightmare, as well as 2 other projects currently from Murat, and a couple others I'm working on as well with him. So yeah, good things. Very busy.
Very nice. Very nice. Yeah. I saw our friend, our friend Aaron Sparrow the other day, and we briefly spoke about, because I was like, what are you doing the rest of the day? And he was like, well, actually, I'm going to be kind of helping out with Drew, kind of maybe not storyboarding, but talking about Unholy Nightmare 2. So that's awesome.
Yeah.
And then our main man, Kyle, it's been a while that we've seen you on a live stream, because we see Drew on Comics Aficionados, we see him on Wes's channel. We don't get enough of Kyle, not Kevin. What's new with you, man?
I think you get more than enough of me.
3 to 4 hours isn't enough for people a week. Yeah,
man, that's too much. Nobody can handle.
Yeah, all your hot takes. Hey, your hot takes are what people love. Your hot takes, man. They prefer your hot takes over your love of Jim Lee. That's what people have a problem with.
Wait, so liking Jim Lee saying he's the best artist isn't a hot take. It's just natural. It's just the law of the land. All right, I get that. That's fair.
For you, but I think for a lot of other people, it's not the case.
Yes, not true in the least. Yeah,
they're all wrong.
So yeah, brother, all your Christmas shopping done. You and the missus have gotten everything ready for Jack for his first ever Christmas.
Yeah, little man. He's 6 months old. He's gearing up for Christmas. We're having everybody here at the house. It's going to be fun. It's going to be hectic. It's going to be crazy, chaotic, insane, but it's going to be fun. Yeah. So I'm looking forward to it.
Sweet. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that'll be cool. I'm excited for you guys to experience your first Christmas with y'all's little man, with your own creation. So
I know.
Now, I'm going to ask you this, though. Santa is a real Santa. He believes in Santa, right? You guys are a Santa household?
Yes. Oh, trust me. We have some friends that are like, we're not perpetuating this lie that we tell our kids that Santa is. It's like, are you fucking insane? Like, it's like, what are you doing to your child? I can't do that. It's like you just don't want them to have an imagination and to, believe in something greater than themselves. And so it's like, no, we don't want that.
And not just that. I mean, when that kid goes to grade school eventually, like 1st, 2nd, 3rd grade or whatever, when other kids naturally still believe, if that kid said something, that's not good.
Yeah.
He's that asshole kid in the classroom who's like, oh, Santa's not real, right? And then ruins it for all the other kids.
Yeah.
Everyone remembers that asshole.
Yeah.
But, no, I do think that Santa becomes an ideal at some point. He becomes very super heroic. He's transcended American mythology because he's kind of comes from a Norse mythology that we've now accepted. But I think you hear that a lot about parents saying, like, I don't want my first recollections with my son or daughter to be us lying to them. And I'm like, you're almost ruining the spirit of Christmas, though, because it's not perpetuating a lie. It's like you said,
it's nurturing an imagination. That's what it is. The child's imagination is so powerful, and by negating that, you are taking away that creativity and that world that the child would probably needs to nurture their mind, their growth, and everything, and that's not good.
Right. Yeah.
Mhm.
And plus, I've never heard of like a serial killer who's like, my parents told me that Santa wasn't real, and so I just it's like no, like normally the kid kind of comes to actualization and is like, I don't really think this Santa thing is real. And you go, yeah,
Yeah.
But
Unless it's Silent Night, Deadly Night, where a kid
oh
sees
yeah,
Santa shooting his dad in the face and raping his mom.
oh god,
It's like
garbage day.
yeah.
Yeah,
No!
Yeah, we'll cross that bridge if it ever comes. But
Sure.
until then, he will believe
Sure.
it.
I think there were a lot of other things that happened in that film that made that kid
Couple.
like, yeah,
Just a couple.
punishment or whatever that.
Yep.
Naughty.
Naughty. Good evening to Raphael Ponce and also Lane Kramer. Hey guys, hope things are going well. Haven't picked up my comics yet this week. Going tomorrow. Not a problem, man. I think I read 10 this week, at least from this week's books. So we'll talk about those in a minute. Lane also says, I do want to go away, though. Is this term cancel pigs to go away? Oh, interesting, Lane. Whether against or for whatever side the term is to dehumanizing and needs to go away fast. Ooh. Do you guys want to go into this real quick? Because I do have so my take on cancel pigs is not meant to discuss left or right. I don't think Mark ever intended it to be a oh well, it's a leftist is a cancel pig, or oh, you're a alt-right Nazi, you're a cancel pig. I don't think he was trying to divide the the culture war even more so. Cancel pigs relates to individual, like vile individuals who try to go over after someone's livelihood. And I think that's the difference. You can be a cancel pig and be on the right or the left. I don't think it matters what side you're on.
Yeah.
Cancel pigs are a totally different thing. So it's not dehumanizing. It is calling out the actions of individuals who have harassed and, disgustingly tried to have digital lynch mobs of individuals to cancel their entire careers. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but that's kind of my
it's fair, and I agree with. Lane. Hey, you're allowed to. You can believe whatever you want to believe, man. For me, I love the term for right now. Well, I shouldn't say love. I agree with the term because these individuals have had it coming for a very long time. They've had it coming for several years now. No one's really called them on their bullshit. And fortunately, now there's someone big enough, like Mark Miller, to call them out on their bullshit, which is good. They need it, and I'm just waiting for the Babylon Bee article to come out that says the cancel pigs prefer the term consequence pig more than
oh, that would be funny. Yeah, I guess so. Well, that is kind of the determining, because like you say cancel pig and certain groups got angry at it. Those groups tend to be the ones that have canceled people before.
Because they know they're the ones they're talking about.
Exactly. If the shoe fits, right? And so I don't get mad at the word because I don't have to worry about that. I've never tried to cancel anyone. Us trying to get someone fired off of a book because they're bad at their job is not canceling them as a human being. It's just saying, hey, put this guy on another book. He doesn't belong on this book.
But some of these individuals, some of these cancel pigs, they have called out individuals like C.B. Cebulski for using a pseudonym in a foreign country to write comic books. Tried to get him fired from Marvel for doing that. Yeah. And what did he do? He got them a job at Marvel now. So now they're writing several projects. Congratulations, Alyssa Wong. There you go. And others, they committed suicide because their girlfriends or whatever and had their digital lynch mob go after him, and he killed himself. So, yeah, in my term, these are vile acts. And what is a vile creature? A pig. Pig is a nasty creature slopping around in mud and shit. So, yeah, they deserve the term cancel pigs for this.
And, I think that's fair. I think, because for a while, I think people were thinking that it was synonymous with like SJW. I think you can be, if you are a vile human being, it doesn't matter what your politics are. If you are actively trying to take pleasure in seeing the livelihood of others destroyed or just completely erased, you're a cancel pig. Doesn't matter if you're right or left. But Kyle, what did When you first heard cancel pig, what did you think?
Bacon.
Well, you are a pig, so you probably no. I'm kidding.
I was a pig,
Freaking
and I was a
copper.
proud pig, and I'm okay with that. I just don't like it. It's a bad connotation towards bacon, and bacon's one of my favorite foods of all time. Same thing as a chud, dunking on the chuds. It's like,
Oh yeah,
That's a
I
good
like
movie.
I like
love
the movie
Chud.
Chud, and now I
Yeah,
can't
me
like
too.
the movie Chud because they took that fucking term, and now it's just I can't say I like
Yeah.
Chud monsters because I don't like the movie Chud. It's like I can't say it anymore. So like cancel pick. It's like yeah, it's exactly would cancel. It's like what the fuck would you want to say? Like what does it matter?
Yeah, like what would be, because I think Lane, you're not the only one, by the way, brother, and thank you for your opinion, because I have heard this on Twitter as well of other people kind of within the comic industry saying like, hey, I get it, cancel pig is like the new thing, but it feels super like almost like it feels very aggressive. But at the same time, I mean, like first to see how some of these people have acted in some of these whisper networks, like
And enjoyed it, and they bask in it.
and
They've
if
actually
have enjoyed themselves. It's like cancel pig is
Actually a soft term.
Easy, yeah.
Exactly.
So it does kind of beg the question of like, okay, what would be a better term? Yeah, cancel snakes maybe, but yeah, but I mean, Kyle, you're right. It's that negative representation of pigs, man. We love our pigs.
I love bacon.
Yeah,
and pork chops
and cops. I mean,
and cops.
and rum floats. Yeah.
Yeah, Lane said, I think if he said something else, I would be fine. I just rubbed me the wrong way. Totally fine, man. I understand. It can be it's definitely like I think most people really enjoy it. So for you to speak out and say, no, I'm not really a fan of this term. Hey, props to you, man. Because a lot of people are they're like, hey, cancel pigs all the way, baby. Like it's the new favorite thing. So.
Yeah, it'll get beat into the ground like everything else, and it's fine. It'll be something else. But for now, sure. If it pisses them off, it makes me love it even more.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the thing. It's like, why are you so mad about the term? Right? Because it's obviously hitting a nerve that's like, does that mean that you feel like we are speaking to you directly? Because if you haven't canceled someone, then like I don't know. But Lane Kramer for $2, he says, I apologize for starting you on that topic. Dude, oh my gosh, please. No apology necessary. I love this type of stuff. We love the fact that you guys interact with us and have these conversations. So thank you for the $2, but never feel the need to apologize. So Kaiser Jose, where is Kyle and who is this better looking imposter? Is it the microphone? Kaiser?
Could be. It does hide a lot of my face. If I stand like this, that better.
Or what was it, 2 weeks ago when you were doing show and tell and your camera stopped. It froze with the book in front of your face. And it was the stupid fucking foil variant that you paid $25 for or whatever.
That's going to be sent off to CGC, brother. That's going up. That's going up the rafters up there.
That has nowhere to go up, but up.
It's going up the rafters. It's going to be immortalized forever.
Oh no! It's
gonna be down there with all the plasm number ones. You know those cases of plasm.
Yeah,
it's gonna hit one day, and I'm gonna be like, when I'm retiring because of that book, you're gonna be like, damn it, he was right.
When you're retiring, when you're turning that book in for you know what? That book, that is going to be an investment for Jack's college fund. There you go.
See?
Like all the 90s adults who were like, these books are going to pay for my son's college tuition. It's
yeah.
like, well,
hey, I was looking on Heritage Auctions and some of the, like an ASM #1, but the gold record reprint, those were selling for like somebody bid like $10,000 or $12,000 on it. And I honestly think they thought it was an original ASM #1.
Oh no!
Even though it says in the label in 3 different places that it's gold record variant cover. It's sold for a stupid amount of money, and it's like I could probably sneak that into an auction somewhere, and somebody will be drunk enough to spend that much money on it.
That's wild, dude.
Yeah.
And that's what's always so worrisome is like I have done that before, and even people have like I had like a Walmart variant or something of a reprint of a book, and it was like the death of Captain Marvel or something. And someone bought it from my eBay store, and I emailed them before they purchased it because it's a cheap book. It's like not very expensive. And I emailed them and I just said, just to verify, this is a variant. This is not the original book. And they were like, oh, I know. I still want to buy it. And I was like, okay, cool. Just wanted to like make sure. You never know.
You never know.
Yeah. But yeah, well, gosh dang. That stupid book, man. That comes up on this stream.
It's gonna be gleaming. I'm moving that fucking Transformers book off of there. I know that.
Worthless.
Yep.
Lane says, how Mark Wade, I would call him a cancel snake, would fit how he bites and hisses at people. Dude, after this week, oof. I don't know if you guys watched Wes's video, but like,
oh, I did. Yeah.
I'm not on Facebook. Like, I have a profile, but I never post anything. Like, it's just like a personal Facebook profile. I did not know that he was saying some of those things. So I was like, gosh dang, man. Oh, well, that could be a whole other video in itself.
I don't know what he said.
Go ahead, Drew.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, like, yeah, just watch Wes's video. But the only thing I've seen today on Facebook is Sean going after the Taylor Swift comic and not being happy about it.
There was a Taylor Swift comic?
There's a Taylor Swift comic coming out, like a biographical, I don't know if it's semi-autobiographical or unauthorized biographical comic. But a comic book shop did a exclusive for it, and I guess Sean wasn't happy about that. And naturally, people and the Swifties aren't happy with Sean.
had their opinions. Okay, that's fair. MG says, have you guys noticed anytime somebody in the industry has a slight criticism about the current state of sales, the same handful of ankle biters come out and drag everybody down to the mud? Well, if you noticed, MG, there's not a lot of excitement for comic books, like comic book stories. Like no one's on Twitter going like, dude, what is going to happen in the next issue of Batman, right? You don't really see that type of excitement. So you get these like ebbs and flows of the comic book industry when there's not a lot of news. Someone posts something where it's like comics are dying, or the opposite, where it's like comics are booming. And then we get the whole regurgitated cycle once again of the same people, or maybe new people who didn't hear the argument 6 years ago or 4 years ago or 20 years ago, whatever it was. And it tends to kind of come back into the fold. People argue, and then it goes back to ultimately, which is my point of view, which is the industry is unhealthy. Is it dead? No. But is it unhealthy? Yes. And it needs help. And there are some people who are adding solutions and some people who are not. And it's very clear who those people are. So, the imposter goes by Kevin, not Kyle. Well, Kevin is the one who has all the bad takes. Kyle has some good takes.
Right takes. Nah, I think Kevin knows what he's talking about.
Right? Yeah. In an attempt to distract from the real topic, what's the real topic?
Talking about Lane Kramer bringing up the.
Gotcha. Yeah, Fierce
I have no idea. I don't know what this Mark Wade stuff is. I know nothing about it.
I would almost say I would probably watch Wes's video just to kind of get an understanding. To
summarize it, he would rather see the industry burn than have certain individuals come in, whatever. So I think that's the phrase that comes up. He would rather see the industry burn.
Yeah, that's the most common one. I think also how he responded to fans who offered valid criticism and, responded back to him, because he said, I'd rather see the industry burn than rather alt-right people take it over, which, I mean, I don't see anyone in the alt-right being in comic books right now. I mean, the industry is mainly left, and I'm not saying that that's like a problem, but I'm just saying that's just the nature of it. but he is very adamant about saying that like he'd rather see the industry burn. And how people responded was, hey, well, here's the thing. This book and this book and this book and this example and this example. And in every one of those, it was like he wasn't really even listening to them and just kept deflecting and or insulting. And that was the other thing. It's like these fans are posing valid criticism and you're now insulting them. It's like, come on, man. So
why?
That's why. Just get off Facebook
He
and Twitter.
seemed like when we were talking to him about a year, like he just seems very knowledgeable, very nice, level-headed. It's like when he does this stuff, is he drinking? Like what's his thing? Like why do you
is he
come
bipolar?
Like
is he
just
might
be. Yeah,
I think Drew has kind of hit something there that what I've heard from other people who have worked with him before, that may be the culprit. So yeah, but allegedly, I don't know the guy. I love his work and I will always love his work. And that's what's so frustrating when I hear or see him do this stuff. Cause I'm like, dude, you are making it very, very difficult for me to continue to buy your books. Like I'm buying your books. I'm giving you money. Please don't ruin this for me or you, right? Like this is not fun. It's not
like,
fun.
this is what your legacy to be. You want people to look at this stuff and be like, you remember when you wrote this shit and you were going after your fans? Like, that's what you'd be remembered for?
Yeah. No, dude, be remembered for Kingdom Come.
Yeah. And World's Finest and all these other good things that you've done. It's like, no, fuck that. I want to go after this guy I don't even know because he said something accurate.
Right. Or I'm just going to call this group of people alt-right because that's just the term.
It's just like, easy.
On, man. It's just, It's like, I love this, though. MG says Jack is going to have about $45 to get through school. Not even MG, because once Kyle grades the book, it's now going to devalue even more.
Only going to go up higher.
What if it comes back like a 9.2?
What if it comes back like a perfect 10? What if it's like one of like 2 on the census that's a perfect 10?
Still wouldn't do much.
Oh, be gorgeous.
You know what? You'd get your return back of how much it cost it to grade it.
Oh, and then some.
Yeah.
Oh, that foil with that gold 10 on it. Oh my god. Oh.
This is interesting, but Mark Miller is a Jim Lee fan. Ooh.
Of course he is. He's a smart guy. He knows Jim Lee is the man.
I like to think like circa 1987 to 1990 Jim Lee fan.
Yeah. If you could have a time capsule there.
Yeah.
DJ Smith for $5. Dude, thank you so much for the 5. I love seeing super chats. It's been a while since I've seen you guys in here, so thank you all for the support. DJ says, Max, did you order the Conan the Barbarian Colossal Edition art book? I ordered the John Buscema cover signed by Roy Thomas. Only 7 hours left on Zoop. Yes, I did, DJ Smith. There is for those of you who don't know, there's a Conan Artists Edition. It's like 12 by 17. It's massive. 12 by 18. It's awesome. There are 3 covers. One is by Jim Lee.
Oh, that's right.
One is by John Buscema, Buscema. And one, the newest one, and this is the one that I purchased, was the Barry Windsor Smith cover. Let's go. Yeah. And that's by far the coolest one. I'm glad that you bought it though, DJ. It's a beautiful book. I cannot wait to get that thing in hands. So say again.
Through Zoop?
Zoop. So Zoop is the new crowdfunding platform, but it's predominantly just for comics. And it's relatively new. It's only been around, I think, for a year, maybe 2 years. It's very new. So there you go.
Yeah. So if you guys are interested, I'm not, affiliated or anything, but I love Conan stuff and I want to share projects that I think are pretty cool. So yeah, you can either get the Barry Windsor Smith, John Buscema, or Jim Lee, or all 3. And then I think you can get some of them signed, some art prints, stuff like that. But I will say, I I was a little disappointed by the John Buscema cover. Not gonna lie.
That's not a fan.
Yeah, I was not. Yeah. So here's a closer look. Jim Lee cover, beautiful. Chef's
Perfect.
kiss, right?
Perfect, isn't it? Nothing else comes close.
Barry Windsor Smith cover, perfect.
Lazy.
That one is actually perfect.
Lazy.
So it is what Conan should always strive to be.
Not even colored. Lazy fuck.
And then John Buscema is Conan tied to a tree.
Bondage? No.
I was like,
that's hot.
Come on, guys.
If you're gonna do that, at least do the one where he's on the cross. At least do the one where he's like crucified up.
Exactly.
That.
So this is what we're getting: 12 by 17, and then these are some of the pages that they'll have.
Oh fuck yeah!
Like,
ooh.
See, these are all John Buscema, right? Or no, this is Gil Kane.
There's like Gil Kane, yeah. There's Barry Windsor.
Barry Windsor Smith.
It looks like it's gonna have a lot from the different Conan titles through the years, and so that's just a win for everyone.
Absolutely.
The King, Alex Toth. Love it.
Man.
So I would highly encourage you guys to check this out. Why not do this one as this is John Buscema. Why not do that as the cover? Not Conan tied to a tree. I don't know. Maybe that's just me.
Our friend, I think we shared it. Eli Stone, he did that homage cover for He-Man for
he
Shaq.
did.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, yeah, that was a beautiful one. That was awesome. So yeah, DJ, thank you again for the super chat, and if you guys want to hop on that Conan train, you've got about 7 hours left. So I'd highly encourage you do so. This is also kind of an interesting, take, or an interesting kind of counter to the cancel pig argument. Is calling people Nazis is perfectly fine, but calling someone a cancel pig is too far, right? And I think that's kind of what I've heard mostly from people is like,
use the term Nazi anymore. We're in a point now. The word Nazi has been used so frequently now, it almost has no effect anymore.
Right? Yeah.
That's now being called a racist. It's like, so what? You're a racist. Okay. Fine.
Well, now you've seen people using it as like because what happens is if someone goes like, "Oh, well, you're just a racist," and someone's like, "Yep, I am."
Yep.
Like, then the person who's accused you of being a racist now they're kind of stuck because they're just like, well, you're a racist. It's like you're trying to argue against the fact that so it's a dumb point to make because it's not actual criticism. It's attacking someone's character falsely. It's not even.
You're just name calling. It's like, okay, that's okay.
Might as well call him a butthead.
Yeah.
I will say the one term that I think that's more power now than in any time recently is anti-Semite. I think that term right now is more power than anything else.
Well, because we're actually seeing like legitimate people being very anti-Semitic.
Well, it depends on the context, Max. It depends on the context.
Oh gosh, yeah.
It's not really hate. Take it easy, all right? It's not harassment. It's not anti-Semitism. Take it easy.
But guys, he's an anti-dentite.
Just because they want to have their own schools doesn't necessarily mean I'm an anti-dentite.
Good to see you, Nick. Hail to you, brother. He says, Wade has been like this for a while on Facebook. I was initially hesitant on buying Batman Superman because of it, despite knowing it's probably great. I won't knock on anyone buying it as the dude has his talents, but every time I think I'm about to move past his antics, he comes right back out and lashes harder than before. Yeah, this is the most I've seen him kind of interacting in this aggressive type of way, or even like sarcastic kind of catty way. But you're right, Nick. It's really tough because I love this Batman Superman World's Finest series. Like really, truly, it's at the top of my list every single month. And so it's really difficult to now kind of separate art from artist. But like you said, I have no problem with people who are taking him off their list. I totally understand. Mm-hmm. I even have to ask myself that question. Do I want to support someone who actively wants to call me alt-right? Right. So it's a valid concern.
It is.
Yeah. than even talk.
See, but it makes sense. Like, some of these other dipshits on Twitter that say all this stupid crap. It's like Vidi Ayala and all these other morons. It's just like, okay, it's expected, and you write like shit anyway, so it really doesn't matter. But when you have someone like Mark Waid, it's like you say this crap, and it sounds really stupid, but then you go and write something great. It's like, how are you doing this? Like, how? Like, it's like the dark half almost. Like, it's like you have somebody that's like holding your phone that is just the evil version of you while you're sitting there clacking away writing Batman, Superman, World's Finest. It doesn't make sense.
Odd. It's like he can turn off a certain portion of his brain or turn on a certain portion of his brain and be like, I'm now writing Superman and Batman. And it's just like beautiful. It's like, man, he knows the characters. He's so intelligent. He's so well versed in like the lore and the history. And then the second he gets on Facebook, all that just gets turned off. And it's like, nope, I'm just not thinking. That's why Drew's, to Drew's point earlier, and to what a lot of industry people have spoken about, that's kind of, they see kind of these dual personalities. I don't know if it's been addressed or if it's been diagnosed, but I don't know. Slavic, like I said, I will continue to like, for me, I think I will probably most likely continue to read Batman, Superman, World's Finest. But for a lot of other people, I totally understand why they're not buying it. Totally understand.
And when I've done my reviews with Wes, I've often said that I know he's done some shit in the past, and at the time I said he'd been good recently. He hasn't really said or done anything, and I may have been able to separate the art from the artist on this. I do recommend checking this out. But after this, I'm like, I will be reading it, but recommending it, I don't know if I can be recommending it anymore because of this crap, because it's upsetting. But I'll still be reading it.
Yeah. And that's, I think that's totally fair.
It's almost like, because we're piling together our top books of the year, and I World's Finest is definitely up there, and I'm like, I may have to just put an asterisk by it. It's just like a Barry Bonds. It's like seven
asterisks. It's like,
it's like you're there, but we don't acknowledge it.
Or it's like shoeless Joe Jackson. He's out. He's not in the Hall of Fame, but we still acknowledge him.
Still talk about him today. It's like, that's basically Mark Waid. Your name is disgraced, but we still talk about you.
Yeah, right.
He's doing it to himself. It's like, you have no one to blame but yourself.
No, Kyle, he has alt-right Nazis to blame for his behavior.
And you're in a skeleton costume chasing a Karate Kid around a high school gym.
I would say he's more like like Ned Flanders in an episode of The Simpsons where he's like, there's Homer Simpson up in the clock tower. He just sees Homer Simpson shooting everyone from the clock tower. That's Mark. Just like, there's a Nazi, there's a Nazi, there's a Nazi, there's a Nazi. Like,
it's like,
dude, it's not that bad. All right.
Yeah. And you hear it from gamers. Touch grass, man. Go out and go for a fucking walk. Like, take it easy.
Get out of California, man. You too, Max. Get out of California. Come to the real world. Embrace, actual society. People love each other.
Yeah, real people, real conversations.
Yeah.
Get away from that superficiality of everything out there. Just
And which is so odd because, like, with when you guys had your interview with him, he seemed totally fine, and I would never expect someone to be like, "Oh, dude, you need to get out more." Like, you do not know how to converse with people or fans, right? But with you guys, he seemed totally fine. So
I've met him so many times at conventions, so many times, and there was once at C2E2 back in 2017, 2018 when I was there. He wasn't scheduled to be there. He wasn't an artist alley or anything.
Oh, wow.
But I was in line for Christopher Priest, who had a line a mile long, and Mark was walking by, and he's talking to a guy in front of me, and Mark knew I knew who he was because I recognized it was Mark Waid. And he's like, "Hey, how's it going?" He was so just started chatting with me just out of nowhere. I didn't know who I was. He's like, "Are you gonna come to the Archie booth?" This is when he started writing Archie comics. So you gonna come back to the Archie booth and get some stuff signed? I'm like, yeah, sure. All right, great. I'll see you over there soon, man. Just very nice and I don't. It's just when you have interactions like that as well as our interview. It's like, what? This is the same guy? What the hell's going on?
You. Yeah, who are you?
Yeah, it's really odd, but I hope that honestly, the best thing to do is because I'll never be like we'll never be able to. Even if we had like an open, honest, good faith discussion, I still don't think we'd ever be able to. He would never change our views, and we'd never change his. Well, I don't want to say that because I don't want to speak for him or us, but like it's very difficult to start saying, well, you see things differently, or you don't see the that they're not all alt-right Nazis or whatnot. It's really difficult to have those conversations where you're trying to change someone's point of view. People are kind of stuck in what they're thinking, and so the best thing, honestly, have your point of view, talk about it with your friends. Just don't fucking put it on social media for everyone to see. Just get off of Twitter and Facebook. You can have your views. You can talk about that with your friends and family, or your whisper network or your echo chambers, whatever it is. But if you are a like big name creator, just keep that stuff off, man. At least in my opinion, I just think it would make you so much more. That was why Hollywood was so cool back in the day. It's because like you didn't know who these people were. You didn't know who Russell Crowe was or Viggo Mortensen, or like, not saying that they are.
Back in the day when you had to read autobiographies or whatever to find out more about a lot of these actors, who they were in their personal lives. Like I had to read about Bruce Campbell's autobiography to learn about Russell Crowe, what he was like on the set of Quick and the Dead, like listening to Australian rap. It's like, what? That's such a thing? I had no clue back in the 90s. But yeah,
it's true.
I do like this. Max is alt-right, but Kyle is alt-wrong.
That means I'm so wrong, I'm right.
Like right? You've circled all the way back to right.
Yeah.
Like you've become so It's like when you're so progressive that you're now racist.
Exactly.
It's like that Miles Morales Thor comic book where the guy was like, I'm going to write Miles so progressive, like he's going to be so culturally aware that like he writes him and he's like, by Odin's Fade, what's up, man? It's like, and then he's like spraying graffiti in Asgard, and you're like, bro, come on.
This is racist.
That's
you talk about racist. That's what you think that these people are.
Yeah,
you're racist as fuck.
Yeah. So that's what you've gone you're so incorrect on your comic book takes that you've actually become right. Maybe that's what MG is trying to say.
Yep.
So yeah. Wow. Love seeing what you guys are saying in the chat, but I do want to get to our comic book recommendations, Skippets and Mez for the past 2 weeks, because we have a few books that we need to talk about. So I would love to talk more about the industry with you guys in chat, but we're going to get to some of these comic book recommendations. Well, I mean, I don't know how many recommendations you guys had out of the 2 weeks, but
a couple. I think last week was better than this week.
Yes, for sure. And I was telling these guys backstage chat, I was telling Drew and Kyle that there were some that I actually really enjoyed that they are probably not going to like me saying that I enjoyed them. But we'll see. We'll see if I have a hot take this week. Maybe I'll be this week's Kevin.
Oh,
I'm excited for that.
Yeah, right. So let's see here. But there probably will be books that I didn't read that you guys did read. So
okay,
we'll see. Did you guys read Batman 140?
Yep.
Oh, you did? Okay. Thoughts?
Yeah. It was not a recommend for me. I'm pretty much over the Zernock crap. I don't care about it. And I thought we moved beyond this after that quote unquote monumental anniversary issue back in May, but it's more or less like kind of like a repeat of it,
basically.
And now it looks like at the end of it, this book's been out for 2 weeks, so I'm just going to spoil the shit out of it. So it looks like at the end of it, Zerna has taken over Failsafe.
That's what it looked like. So we have a
on that last
Zurin
page.
safe. Yeah. I don't know. It looks again when it's him fighting his own Zuranod demons of all of the different dimensions and worlds. It's just like, God, this is so fucking stupid. Like
the only one who got it right was Grant Morrison. Grant Morrison was the only one who got that right, and he didn't play it to death. He did it like one brief storyline, that Batman R.I.P., and that was it.
Yep. And this one is jumping all of the sharks at once. The Zuranod sharks.
But we get 89 Batman Zuranod. Isn't that great, Kyle?
He was good, and then the 66 Adam West Zuranod Batman. That was fun.
Oh, were they doing that? What was that? Was it an anniversary issue where they had all the Batman's?
Yeah, it was
all
that
the universes.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, when Batman lost his hand and they had to have the robot hand.
And they haven't talked about that since. Like we forgot about it. No, we have not forgotten about this.
He still has a robot hand.
Yeah, just like how I never forgot that they merged Cyborg and Beast Boy at the end of the Teen Titans Academy. No, you cannot do that. I remember that.
No.
I remember that very fondly. Yeah.
I don't think anyone knows what's going on with DC continuity right now.
No.
Well, because especially after Doomsday Clock, where I think the consensus was like everything exists, and like if everything is canon and nothing is canon, right? So it's like everything is universal, and so it's like, okay, all right, I guess so. Like Elseworlds and stuff, like all that stuff. It's like, yep, all of it exists. And it's like, okay, all right.
And it's only exacerbated with Jeff Johns and his doing the recent Flashpoint Paradox miniseries and everything, tying back in the Snow Globe and the Watch. And it's like, no, stop, don't leave it alone.
Yeah, go away. Stop.
Unfortunately, he did. Jeff Johns has effectively gone away at this point. So yeah.
Yep.
For $2, Derpy Hoggington. What's up, Derpy? Thank you for being here. And thank you for the $2. Very kind of you. He says, Red Sacrificers #5, and I thought of Kyle smiling.
It was a very good ending. I gotta say, I did like that. The end of that.
Wow. All right. Well, you know what, Derpy, because you just super chatted. You know what? Let's go to Sacrificers then. Normally we wait until we get to the specific week to talk about it, or like the specific time in the. Let's see, where is it? Is it down here more?
Yeah,
it's
order
right here.
of the book. Yeah, it's somewhere down.
Yeah, depending on 100%. Normally we wait until it comes up in the marching order, but since you super chatted, Derpy, why not? Let's talk about it. Kyle, were you smiling at this issue?
I was pleasantly surprised.
Oh, okay.
With this issue, I'm like, okay, good. I still don't know if he can stick the landing, but I still appreciate what happened in this issue. I thought it was very good. We get more of the Cenobite guy, and I was like, okay, we gotta get his story and what he's about. And I haven't. This is interesting because at the same time, I listened to a movie podcast called Now Playing. Drew and I listened to those guys, and they're reviewing the Maze Runner series. And
you have fun with that, Kyle.
And it's eerily similar to this book.
Seriously?
Yeah, because they're like milking kids and taking some blue ooze out of them to like get this stuff. I'm like, it's almost exactly what they're doing in this book.
Interesting.
I was
seeing
some similarities between Maze Runner and this.
I thought it was just a lazy knockoff of Hunger Games.
Oh, it is.
Oh,
and it's bad. But when they're reviewing it, I'm like, holy shit, it sounds a lot like this. Doesn't mean it's bad. It's fine. But I'm like, because I never saw the Maze Runner, but I was listening to it. I'm like, that's interesting. But no, I really like this issue. It turned it around. I was very surprised with it, twists and turns, and how it ended. I was like, okay, you got me for the next issue. You got me.
Oh yeah. Oh, for the next series, man. With this issue, and from all the reviews that I'm reading right now, they are all 4 to 5 star. Like this is by far, I think, everyone's favorite issue of the series so far. Which is, I mean, I really liked it. We kind of see someone get their comeuppance, right? And I could not been happy.
I know. I was like, yes, fuck you.
Yes, do it. do it. And we find out like who the Cenobite is. Like he takes off his helmet, and the artistry of I'll show it here in just a second, of the depiction of his face, just how gnarled and just like, after drinking fear for eons, right? Of course he's going to look like that. But just the divide of him versus the gods, and the type of conversations that he's having with his wife and the daughter, and it's so good. It's so good. So Drew, and I know you spoke about this on Wes's channel, and so you really enjoyed the issue as well, correct?
Absolutely. Yeah, I really felt like this issue was a shot in the arm that the series needed, because it wasn't veering off course in issue 4, but like it was really kind of slowing down. It was like it was kind of like, okay, where are we going from here? But fortunately, it's issue 5. It just boom. It was like that shot of adrenaline it needed, and it's right back on course. And I can't wait to see where it goes to next. But yeah, because like that ending was very needed, and it was great to see like who created this scheme, more or less, where it came from. And yeah, I'm really digging this series. This is amazing.
Absolutely, man. The art in this, just like, look at this first page. It's so and it's like, once again, this world is so vast. Like there's so much to it. And of course, like this is like, it's almost like an H.R. Giger looking type Cenobite palace that he's got going on here.
But less vaginal. Yeah.
Yes. And less phallic.
Yes.
Very much so.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Unfortunately. But yeah, dude. Pigeon.
He's a pigeon man.
We have another pigeon man boy.
He's not a pig man. He's a pigeon man.
Yeah. He's a cancel pigeon.
Yes, he is.
But before we get into more of this book, because I want to go through it just very, very briefly. I gotta give a huge shout out. This is like, I feel like I've just been gifted a Christmas present. It's a Christmas miracle. $50 from Ian So Forth.
Woo!
My man, dude, that deserves an applause. Can we please get some applause in the
or a round of applause?
I like the clapping monkey. Yeah. Very nice. Yeah. Very nice. Ian, for $50, dude. Thank you. That is very kind of you. And he doesn't even say anything. He's just like, "Oi, Max." Thank you.
Oi.
Yeah. Oi. Yeah, I thought you were Ian. I thought you were in jolly old London, eh?
Oh, is it Ian? Is it Ian? Is it Ian?
Oh, is it Ian?
Ian.
You sound like you're from London.
Not bad.
Is that voice supposed to be me?
Fortunately, yes.
Fortunately, yes. Well, Ian, here's to feeling good all the time, my man.
Here's to feeling good all the time.
Ian. Sorry, I'll remember. It's Ian for next time. Thank you, sir. But yeah, brother, that $50, man, I can't thank you enough. Great Christmas gift. Appreciate it. Mark McGrath is now in the house. He says, "Who's down with the MVP?" You know me, my man. And we've got Keely Chow saying FNT raid. Well, welcome everyone to the FNT. Hey. Thank you guys for being here. Yeah, we were just getting into some of our comic book reviews for the week. So yeah, hope you guys enjoy. And JK, Wraith of God Blood Hunters, we may have a special episode for you guys when that comes out, because I did receive it in the mail. So you know what that means.
Yeah.
We're looking at January, beginning of January, and you guys will have a very special episode. Hopefully we can we can talk about it then, but I'm excited to see what we can do there.
Speaking of January, I know we talked about this briefly. It's been months. We talked about doing a Miracle Man retrospective.
Yeah.
I may have lined up a surprise guest to come on board with us who has recently read Miracle Man. And is
that's right. Yeah. And that would be a huge get as well. That would be fantastic. So
And I asked him if he wanted to. He said he would love to. So
yeah, good.
Yeah.
And he's also he did great on Wes's channel when you guys did the live stream with him. So that was a lot of fun to see.
He did great
him
interviewing me. No big deal. So yeah.
Yeah, that is very true. Yeah. You guys had a great episode on his channel. That was a lot of fun. But
yeah.
Ooh, MG. Oh, if you can only imagine. Honestly, I'd have him on. He's a hard guy to get a hold of, but I'd have him on. I will. Oh, the other thing I wanted to mention, I know we're looking at January for potential Miracle Man talk and for Wraith of God Blood Hunters, but I also want to mention before January, next week, I should have mentioned this at the beginning of the show, and I apologize, but next week on the 22nd, I believe it is. You guys will have to correct me if that's wrong or right.
On Friday?
Basically, next Friday, yeah.
Yeah, 22nd.
Okay, next Friday, Kyle, Drew, and Josh, our favorite otter Josh, will be here Friday evening, same time, same place, and we're going to be doing the best and the worst books of 2023. It's going to be a blast. We're going to have a whole Excel spreadsheet. We're going to fill it to the brim of our recommendations and all of the worst books that we can think of for 2023. We'll have Turd Burglar on there. We'll have Dolan on there. We'll have all the classics, all our favorites. We'll basically do what we did 2 years ago or last year when we had it on y'all's channel. So
yeah, wow, that was and I just remembered Echolands was in that review. I remember, so that's how long ago it was.
Yeah, it was. So, and if you guys remember, my number 10 spot, or like my lower, top 10, was only one issue, because so far at the time, Batman Joker Deadly Duo had only released one issue, and I still had it in my top 10 because I was like, this is gonna be the best book of the year next year. Will it be? I don't know. We'll have to see.
It's not, but it's close.
Well, considering that Mark Silvestri is a better illustrator than Jim Lee.
Better draftsman. Yep.
No.
Doesn't phone it in.
No. He goes to Jim Lee for help. So
also a better panelist, most likely.
And speaking of the best artists in the industry right now, they just released the Deadly Duo like black and white edition that I wanted them to release, where it's just the the black and whites from the issues, and I was championing that, and they did it. They made it. So nice. I like to think I was partially responsible for that, but okay.
Maybe they listen to us on these streams. Who knew? Who knows? Did any of you three back Core Draft by Andy Smith?
I didn't get a chance to, but I bought a Miracle Man sketch from Andy Smith, and it's pretty awesome.
Interesting.
Yeah, no, I did not back that.
Yeah, I don't think I backed that one. Unfortunately, I'd have to check my backs. MG, did you like retard? Is that the re-word?
Yeah. It's gotta be retard, right?
Yeah. You know what's funny? I was using Bard AI this afternoon. I put in a prompt and I had said, tell me what cancel pigs are, It said something to the effect of like, what is a cancel pig? Or because I wanted to see, does Bard think that it's used for SJWs, or does it think that it's used for alt-right trolls or whatever? And Bard told me, I don't like to use hate speech, so we won't be conducting this type of, prompt or whatever. And I was like, are you fucking kidding me right now?
Hate speech.
So I typed in, I was like, take your stupid politics out of this next prompt and tell me what cancel pigs are. And it was like, it just came back with the same thing. It was like, hate speech can cause division with online forums. So this prompt will not be generated for, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, all right.
How do you define what hate speech is?
What is hate speech?
That's going to make it
I hate it.
Lowest mine.
Yeah. If I hate something, is that hate speech?
Oh, no.
Yeah. Jacob says, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you too, man.
Merry New Year.
Very New Year, and Merry Crimbus, and also Merry
Happy Festivus.
Merry Festivus. Yes,
Happy
thank you,
Festivus.
Drew.
Yep.
Happy Festivus.
And Happy Life Day.
Happy Life
Happy
Day.
Life Day.
Next week, or the week after we do our best of the worst, will be the 29th. And so maybe we can do some Festivus. It can be a Festivus miracle. Maybe we can do the feats of strength, and we can
Ooh,
also
okay.
air our grievances. So,
Ooh, there we go.
Oh,
the
Oh,
airing
a
of
lot.
grievances. I have some things to tell you, people.
got some problems with you people, and you're gonna hear.
If had waited a week and a half to go full re. Oh, yep, yeah. If Mark waited until January, World's Finest it wouldn't need the asterisk next to it, would it? So,
Nope. But instead, unfortunately, I have to go and edit my list now, asshole.
oh, that bad, huh?
Mhm.
Well, actually, you know what? Watch Wes's video and then see what Mark did on Facebook. Then maybe edit your list, because maybe you read it and you're like, oh, that's not that bad. So I would
All right.
check. Just
Okay.
trust but verify, right?
Okay.
But so initially when we were reading this, or when I was reading this, I'm super invested. But then he said this, the little our pigeon man, our Cenobite, he was like, they are grotesque, polluted by wealth, comfort, and decadence. And immediately I heard Kyle's voice going like, Max, don't like this book. See what they're doing? It's a class struggle, and the wealthy and the capitalists, blah 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 blah.
But that's been a tale for stories.
Yeah, it's been around forever.
For
Absolutely.
ages. Yeah.
Right. And this guy isn't necessarily a good guy. You know what I
No.
mean? Like, he should not be someone that you're listening to actively.
No, he's fucked up. Look at his face. I don't trust this guy. He's a piece of shit.
Course. Yeah.
Yeah.
We are nothing to them. Meat puppets that serve a function.
It's true.
And yeah, it's like in a lot of corporate places, and even in Hollywood, you're just a meat puppet for a lot of people with a larger agenda.
You're middle management, buddy. It sucks to suck. Sorry.
Oh, and then we get our hurro, the MCU of the story.
Yep. Stand aside, male. I'll get it done.
Including you.
I was like, this fucking bitch. I was like,
yeah,
I
right.
swear to God.
And you could just tell, like, I don't know if it was just the writing or the atmosphere of the book, but something in the back of my mind was telling me, like, something's gonna happen, man. Like, she's not gonna get away with this, right?
I was hoping.
Because we know Rick is smarter than that. Rick is better than that. And
yeah.
I love that face. The pit. Look at that. Look at the eyes.
Dude,
look at that.
This is where I really was noticing the artistry. Is you can see he is fed up with her bullshit right now.
Oh, yeah.
It's this look of disgust and disdain. It's a pigeon boy, and yet you see every facial and look at this one too.
Oh yeah.
He is so fed up.
He's over it. Yeah, he's over the shit. Yeah.
Yeah. I do not care for that spirit. What I drink has more kick. Yeah. He's so fucking done with her. So yeah, I don't want to spoil anything because the ending is just it's chef's kiss.
Very nice.
But yeah, I just wanted to Sacrificers was by far potentially the best of the series. And I hope it continues with this type of vigor.
Me too.
I agree.
Great. Yeah. So all that being said, definitely recommend for the last week.
So recommend across the board? Is it a 3 for 3?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That's a solid recommend.
Yeah. Let me see. I need to play our thing. Yeah.
Of our final judge. Thumbs up, average.
Wow. Almost forgot.
Fucking Chuck Norris.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah, Mark McGrath. Imagine reading comics for 50 years and then a pro comes along, voice dripping with disdain, explains the industry to you like you were 3 years old. And see, I've only been reading comics for 2 decades, right? So 20 years. 50 being a comic book reader for 50 years, and someone's telling you how to read comics the right
Don't
way.
knock it. You're still reading for 20 years. That's a long
Yeah.
fucking time to do a
Yeah.
lot of anything.
Yeah, that's true.
So 20 years is a long time, and you still treat me like I've never read comics before, and you're the only one that's ever figured it out. It's like, okay, sure. Thanks, Grandpa.
Thanks,
Okay, boomer. Yeah.
okay, boomer. Yeah, go back go back to your lazy boy chair and
yell at clouds. Yes, thank
you. But yeah, no, that's a good point, Mark. And I think that's why a lot of people are just fed up with this, and they're like, "All right, if that's how you want to play it, I don't need to buy your book. Fine, that's cool." So, Slavic, totally understandable with the waiting for the trade. This will read very well in a collected edition or in a trade, because you are just going to want, like, it's a page flipper. So having it collected in 6 issues is going to be awesome.
Yeah.
All right. Next up, did you guys read Amazing Spider-Man, part of the gang war?
I did read it, and I just completely forgot about it. It's one of those books where it's just like, who gives a shit? I mean, really, when I see that name, that title, Gang War, I'm picturing something like Batman War Games level, where like the city is on fire, like it's that level of shit show. But no, it's not even close to that. Not even close.
Yeah, the LA riots, nothing but black people in the streets burning shit down. That's what I want. Oh, wait.
Or that.
Oh, wait a second.
Or that.
And demonetized.
Oh, that's going too far. Dang it. No, there are good people on both sides. Never mind. I take it back.
What you have to say is there's a lot of people burning things down.
What would have been great, but yeah, this story should have that in here. Like, New York should be burning. If you see that name, Gang War, we should be seeing the gangs going, people dying in the streets, things being set on fire. We should have reporters with things on fire behind them saying it's mostly peaceful, because that actually did happen. So if anyone watched the news in the last couple of years, they'd get that joke. But Batman Fortress was an even bigger gang war event than this. Jesus.
Yeah, he let them steal. He at least understood it. He was like, "That's justified."
Very sure.
Like, thanks, Batman.
Oh man,
it's
their livelihood though. All those
terrible. It was just like dark web, where it was like, what's actually happening? We don't know because it's different.
It became a cartoon town. New York became a cartoon town.
It did. It was Toontown, and it was like, okay, that's what we're doing here. So just like with Luke Cage this week with Gang War, it seems like everything's happening on one street.
Yes,
and that's it.
And it doesn't look that bad.
Yeah. It's really not. It's like somebody breaks into and steals an ATM. It's like,
but we got plenty of pages to talk about Luke Cage's butt and how good he looked in his costume.
I stopped reading it after that. I was like, fuck this book.
So it's more like Gang Street, not Gang War.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Gang Block. Just that block.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Attack on the Block. Yeah. Gang War on the block.
Yeah, I did not get a chance to read this, unfortunately, but that's why you guys are here.
Yeah, we're able to fall on that sword.
I defer to y'all. Exactly. Now, Drew, I think you had some words about Poison Ivy, eh?
I think this one was it fell back again. It reverted back again to what I didn't want it to be. Very quickly.
Sitting around talking about food and being in the threesome, and it's like,
it's amazing how we had such a great issue with 16, then it reverts back to this shit. It's like, what the hell happened? You're
like, wait, you don't want to tell her that we hooked up? No, you don't want to tell her that we hooked up? Oh, stop! Don't talk about that. It's like, what the fuck are we doing?
Like relationship troubles?
Yes.
Just
a love triangle of scissoring.
Yeah, it's like a shipper's fantasy comic. This is what this is. Yeah.
It's so odd because it's like normally the larger run of the book is like the good story, and then you get those filler issues, and it's like, this filler issue sucked. But it's like every time we get a filler issue, those are like the really good ones. And then the main storyline just kind of blows. Because last issue I remember was creepy. It was terrifying, like a lot of body horror, a lot of really psychological or psychedelic.
It was back to
imagery.
the first 6 issues or so.
Yeah.
It was back to the
Formula.
return to form.
Yep.
But 95%.
Fuck off.
Yeah, how many of them actually bought the damn book? That's what I want to know.
None.
Now, what did people like about? See, yeah, it does have a higher rating. Because this was issue 16, the one that we did like as well.
Yeah.
4.4 average rating. This one has a 4.1 average rating. So I mean, not too much worse, but people, genuinely for the most part like this one much more. So
Lot to be said for that.
yeah. I would cover Fantastic Four, but just for the sake of time, let's do Transformers. Transform Hers. Man, I really. So, our concerns about what's her name? What do I want to call her?
Who cares?
Lona, because Lona Steel Rose was the one in Do a Power Bomb. Yeah, our concerns with the girl didn't come into play in this issue, which I was fine with. She actually kind of redeemed herself because she wanted to save Cliffjumper at the end, right? She got in the way and she was like, no, he's a good guy. He's our friend. So I was like, okay, a little redemption arc there. But I mean, how dumb. And maybe it's just me, but or maybe it's just how I see humans in this Transformers book. But I feel like humans are written terribly in this book with how dumb they are. Like
very reactionary.
Yeah, and like the dad and his like team of like gun-toting good old American military boys are just like, yeah, fucking
they
shoot
all have
them boys.
PTSD,
And it's like,
Max, duh, you're in the military. You have shell shock.
So the feedback I've gotten, because I've voiced the same concerns. The stuff I've gotten from like Max or I've heard from Richard Meyer, it's like, okay, these are humans who we got to remember, who never heard the term Transformer, don't even know what Transformers are. They see giant robots for the first time on Earth, and they see the news. Like some of them were at that plant where the Decepticons were murdering people free will, stomping on whatever, and enjoying it. So I think we're led to assume that these people are afraid for their lives at this point.
I would be. One of these things crashes in and destroys your house. It's like, how am I supposed to know that you're good and you're bad? I have to take your word for it.
How does insurance cover that?
You?
Is that an act of God?
Like,
I don't know.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know who you are. I don't even know. Like, what the fuck? My whole life, like, my brain is in the back of my head. Like, I don't even know what life is anymore. Yeah. I don't even know if you're even real. I have no clue, but I'm going to kill you. If I can shoot you, I will. If it bleeds, we can kill it.
Yeah. And I guess that's fair because, I read the issue today, so I haven't had time to really like think or sit with it or reread it. But my initial reaction was like, man, these guys, like, I don't know if it's just reactionary, like you said, Drew, or if they have some sort of PTSD, like you said, Kyle, where it's like their initial response is just to be like protect mode, right? Like I have a weapon, I have an enemy, and there's nothing that's going to stop me from trying to, like I'm now in Vietnam era. And so for me, I was like, I would really just prefer to see the Transformers book focus on the relationships between the Autobots and the Decepticons and not so much the humans. I don't know. What do you guys think? Because I also feel like, well, you can't really get the heart and the spirit of the book without having a human element. I don't know.
This was the best issue of the series for me, personally.
Wow.
I loved this issue. This was fucking awesome. I had such a fun time reading it.
1 and 3. I think number 1 and number 3 for me. But this was right up there too. And I like 2 as well, but that the cringe moments with that girl were just unnerving. But yeah, I mean it's been really good on a whole. I'll say that. And
Optimus rips his own arm off and beats a Decepticon with it. How fucking awesome is that? That is okay. Badass.
I will say this may have the best panel in all of the Transformers series so far. Other than Optimus, what did he suplex
Yeah.
Or he suplexed. Who was
Who
it?
was it? It wasn't Starscream. Who was it?
Is it Skywarp? Or no, Skywarp. Was it
It wasn't Soundwave. Who was it?
I forget. Maybe it was Stars. Whoever it was, having Optimus suplex
Was it
a
Soundwave?
Decepticon
It may have been
is
Soundwave.
badass. But like you said, having him then rip his own arm off to fight another Decepticon, like that's metal as Oh my
Look
God.
at that.
Yeah.
Like, yo, how can anyone how can anyone say that this is not like peak art right here?
Yeah. And when he shows up in truck form and just smashes right in, I'm like, that is fucking awesome. Like,
I like the wind up here too. He's like,
yeah.
Douche. So but like this is what the comic should be. Like for me, just do Autobots, Decepticons, like maybe some human elements, but for the most part, this is what I want to see.
Yeah.
My favorite panel, though, I think out of the entire book, and maybe out of all three, is this one right here. I don't know why.
Oh
but
yeah.
just when he gets the axe arm
Mhm.
and just shink, and all the electricity like flowing through, and how DWJ has the shading like on this part of him and everything. I don't know why, but this panel just spoke to me. I was like, that is so metal. I love it.
Yeah, it's great.
No, plenty of great moments here. Beautiful artwork as always. He always delivers on his art. And here's this one.
Look at that.
Boom.
Get away from them. Good douche. Like, God damn.
That's so awesome.
You can feel that.
Acts like this we've been missing for so long from the Transformers.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
So good.
So yeah, despite my whole criticisms about maybe these army guys, like they're a little bit reactionary, regardless of my criticisms there, the action in this book is just like gut wrenching. It's heart pounding. It's so metal and fun. Like it's fun. Like the whole book is just so much fun to read. So
yeah, you're not bored reading it. You're not being lectured to. You're not being told about the relationships between like the sexual relationships between the Transformers. It's how it should be.
Unfortunately, but hopefully we'll get that
Unfortunately.
next series after David
Now you
Warren
shut your face.
Johnson.
You dare say that.
Yeah,
honestly,
once
once DWJ is off this series, I don't know who's going to be reading it. Unfortunately,
no one. But
yeah,
and they know that clearly.
Yeah. But no, yeah, I was digging it for sure. Cliff Jumper has a great arc here. He comes in, wow, just whack, kicks this dude right in the face.
Love it.
Yeah, Laserbeak. Yeah.
Yep, Laserbeak.
Yeah. So, and then when he gets shot, I like that he's for these Transformers, like it means nothing to them. It's just kind of like, ow, just.
But I was surprised how far. Like, I mean, that shotgun, like, it knocked him through a wall.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, okay, so that did some damage. He didn't just stand there and take it. It was just like, oh, that kind of tickled a little bit.
There's some power behind it for sure, but in terms of like actual damage done to him, it doesn't look like he had anything on his face or anything. But yeah, and then we get kind of Lona Steel Rose because that's just who she looks like.
She is.
We get Lona who like protects him and everything. So all in all, very good book. Very, very good book. Recommend for me. What about you guys?
Highest of recommends.
Ooh, the highest.
The highest.
Very well. Nice. Another super chat for $2 from DJ Smith. Thank you, sir. He says we need a black and white edition for DWJ Transformers. Oof. It's going to happen.
Yeah. If you buy all of his individual OA for every issue of every page, you'll get your black and white.
You will get your black and white images. However, you will have no more money. Like you will be in constant debt until the day you die.
Correct.
Yeah, I love seeing the Felix Art Company where they post on like Instagram, like every page is now sold out, from the issue. It's like, this is no joke.
It's like, yeah,
Oh.
it took 2 minutes for that all to be sold off. Like,
Yeah,
Easily.
every issue so far. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Every issue has sold out. Even when he was doing Beta Ray Bill, this was 2 years ago. Same thing would happen. I'd love to get my hands on a Beta Ray Bill page, but yeah, man. I mean, imagine what they're selling for.
That double pager where you see like the interior of all of Scuttlebutt, the show.
Scuttlebutt.
Yeah, man.
Woo. Beautiful.
Wow.
Beautiful.
So good.
It almost looks very similar to kind of the interior of the Transformer ship here. There's a lot of like pipes, a lot of little things, doomajahickeys, right? So, Santa, can I get 5 million for Christmas so I can buy that spicy DWJ Transformers original art?
Please, that's it. I'm not asking a lot.
Yeah. I mean, well, because the thing is, you can have all the money in the world, but if you are not fast on that mouse, like if you're not fast on that button, you won't get it. So
if you're in there slow,
yeah,
that's what. Yeah, you have to get an end with those guys and say, "Hey, I want to buy every single page."
Right.
Here's $5 million. They'd be like, "Okay."
You would have to and I know that there are a couple guys who do this with Felix, but they will like give him, or I don't necessarily know them personally, but I feel like there are individuals who will pay Felix up front more than what the original art is worth, but they will just say, "Hey, listen, here's 10,000, 20,000, 50,000. Set aside an original art piece for me from this guy, or I want a commission." Because I feel like money talks. And so if you're one of these guys who like, DWJ's commissions are closed, I'll give him 50,000. It's like, well, in that case,
it's open back up. What are the odds? We have a spot for you.
Yeah, it's like for some of these guys, you can't deny when they're offered that type of deal. So I didn't read Daredevil. I don't want to say I'm off the book already, but like we're at issue 4 and there's nothing really. The thing that got me into issue number 3 was the artwork from the guy who did the Venom Lethal Protector series.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Did you guys read Daredevil 4?
Yeah, and we got another artist on this issue. It's like it's incredible how it's only been 4 issues, and now we've gone through, I think, at least 4 artists at this point.
Wow.
Which is ridiculous.
Very
absolutely ridiculous. It probably should have been free Konami the whole way through, in my opinion. But
absolutely, yeah.
And it would have made the issue. It could have maybe made it barely recommend, but just for the art. But the story itself, I mean, it's one of those things where it's fine. I like the idea of this. It's fine, but the execution of it, it's not working for me at all.
Yeah.
There's elements in this that are missing that it needs, and there's executions in this that should not be made that should be saved for later on in several issues. But like right now, he shouldn't be fighting Bullseye. He shouldn't be winning against Bullseye. This is ridiculous.
No, it was very piss poor. It was rushed, and there's just nothing behind this. It's just they're just putting stuff on a page. They're just like, all right, well, we got to put Daredevil out. Let's just do something. There's nothing behind this. No consistency with the issues. It's just lazy.
And that's what's. I think they're almost like trying to rush it, and yet even by rushing it, it still feels ill-paced. Like because if they are going to lead up to Bullseye, that should have been quite a few issues longer than, like you said, just issue 4. And if you're just kind of throwing stuff in there, it's not going to feel like it's paced out well. So I think both of you guys have really valid points here.
And I don't really know what Matt Murdock is working toward at this point. What is his end goal right now? Like I would think if this were done well, done correctly, his end goal, and by the end of issue 6, he is finally Daredevil again. But
yeah, he's born again.
Yeah, it's tough because I really want to like this series, and I think you guys
me
have both
too.
mentioned that like it's a cool concept, but they just cannot figure out how to execute it. I really enjoy. I really enjoyed. I think issue 1 and 3 so far,
Mhm.
but for the most part, I mean, like but the reason why I liked 3 was because of the art, and it had nothing to do with the story that it was telling. And for issue 1, I thought that they were going a completely different direction. So it's like, well, all right.
Yeah, and there was a panel in this issue. I think I'm not sure if we were all in the same text when I sent the panel. I sent it to Aaron. I'm like, hey, does this conveyed correctly here? Because there's a scene in this issue where Bullseye's facing Daredevil.
That's right.
And
And he
yeah,
throws some.
yes, yeah. It's like, wait, so are we trying to say that the baton hit the thing on the wall and it hit the one blade? It doesn't look like it that way. Doesn't look like it was conveyed well. But anyway, regardless, but this is a misstep. It's a big misstep. This series, which is unfortunate.
Yep.
Yeah, call me when Fareed Karami comes back on art, and I'll pick it up then. I almost want to call this a meh, but I didn't get a chance to read it. Would you guys call this a meh or
it's a meh?
Skip it for me. It's a waste of time.
Unfortunately, I have to be an impartial third party because I can't say I didn't read it, so I can't say whether which one I would rather pick. But I know MG is not liking this cover. Apparently, this JRJR cover.
I love the RJR and everything he's done for Marvel, but he just needs to hang it up. I'm sorry.
They all fucking suck. All these covers are terrible.
It's not John Cassidy X-Force bad, but it's
he's giving him a run for his money almost.
Yeah. You know what's wild though is because for the first Punisher issue, I did a video and I added some photos and I put some overlays. And one of the things that we talked about on the show was some of our Punisher recommendations. And so I went back and I was reading Punisher Warzone to go like, oh yeah, this is absolutely a recommend. And JRJR's art in that, like, I cannot. There's no way it's the same person. There's no way.
Yeah.
It like his Punisher is one of my favorites of Punisher, the regular title, Punisher Warzone, Punisher War Journal, Punisher Max. JRJR's is probably my favorite, if not, yeah. So I know Jim Lee's probably your favorite, Kyle, but I mean,
Avi.
I mean, Kyle isn't really wrong there because I mean, when Jim Lee did that image of Punisher on the one cover, that image went on the video games, that went on everywhere. That image of with that bandana and the rifle, that was everywhere. That was the Punisher, and it's like Jim Lee figured it out.
Yeah, and I will say that in Punisher War Journal, issue 6 and 7, I think it is.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, versus
Wolverine. I've got it behind me up with Wolverine here. The one where he's fighting Wolverine, like the way that he draws Punisher in that book is magnifique. So MG says, speaking of Punisher, guys, can you tell me when to come back to the most important part of the show where you recommend Punisher 2 as the best comic of the year?
Oh God.
That'll never happen.
Do we want to talk about Punisher 2? Do we want to talk about that? Or?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Let's see if we can find that because I think that was coming up here pretty soon anyway. So we spoke about Sacrificers. We'll talk about Shazam because I'll briefly give you guys my thoughts. Man, it's down here. Was it this week?
Oh, it was this week.
It was this week.
Oh, it was this week. That's right.
Yeah.
It's right here.
There's the Punisher.
Ooh, 85%. Not good for this site. Not that good.
God, that cover's fucking stupid.
Yeah, these are.
Why is he making a?
This is a good cover.
That's a good one.
Good. That's
good.
That's a Punisher pose. I like that. But the main cover, that's not Punisher.
Yeah. Yeah. I will say this. Now, this isn't necessarily a hot take. the action in this book is very well done. And what's unfortunate is that I think the artist is talented, but I just don't care about this character. I couldn't care. I like, who is he? What's his motivation? I think Kyle last month or last week, whenever we did this book, one of the things you'd mentioned was like he has no purpose and he has no call to action. Like for Frank Castle, he had a call to action. I will kill every single crime lord, mob boss, pimp, drug lord, whoever it is. I will kill
if you're
every
guilty,
one of you.
You're dead. That don't.
Yes.
I mean,
and yeah, that's his purpose, right? That's his calling card. For this guy, fuck if I know. He doesn't even know. Like he has no purpose. He has no call to action. So
he's just trying to figure out who murdered his family. That's all he is. It's not even really the Punisher.
No,
it's not.
He's just
yeah. So he's just generic dude, bro.
He's Guy.
So yeah, what did you guys think about the book? So like, say this wasn't a Punisher book, would you guys enjoy it?
No, honestly, from page 1, I was laughing out loud. I'm sure
Really?
Kyle was too. Like, hey, you got anything from hear anything about the explosive yet? It's like,
Oh,
wait,
yeah. The two detectives. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like what? Because that's how we solve crimes. Hey, partner, you got anything on that yet? No, we don't. Hey, I just got some surveillance footage. Why don't you come take a look at it? It's like, what? Huh? What?
Very convenient.
You fucking dipshit. It's like, what do you do? Like, why are you here? Like, we don't need you to. You guys are useless.
And they were only in the first, like, especially for this book, they were only in like the first 2 pages or so.
It's like, okay, who cares? Hey, that guy looks an awful lot like the new Punisher.
Yeah. Hey, Frank. Hey, so-and-so, I've got a lead on this new Punisher guy.
but he says he's not the Punisher, even though he has a skull logo on his fucking chest.
Yeah.
Looks a lot like the Punisher.
Yeah. So, but yeah, so with that being said, Kyle, do you think, so Drew, you said, no, you probably still wouldn't enjoy this, even without the Punisher title.
No, and I know you gave some credit to the action in this. I honestly, I felt like they were holding back on the action. Like I felt like it could have been much better. Like
Sure.
some of the moments, like there should have been more kick, like really, like yeah, that was fucking awesome. There really wasn't that moment, like fuck yeah, like he ripped his fucking arm off and shoved it down his mouth and blew his head off. Nothing like that, There wasn't like that kick-ass moment in here. Like a Punisher comic should have at least a kick-ass moment in it.
Yeah,
but there isn't any of that.
No, this guy pulls his punches. He's going after a guy who is guilty of something, and he brings in a bunch of hired goons as his security. The Punisher should be like, this is fucking fish in a barrel for me. Like, you guys are standing around acting like you're all fucking badasses, and I'm going to pick you apart one by one, floor by floor, or however they could have structured this a lot. They could have a lot of more fun with this, with him killing these people systematically.
They should all be on radio sets, and he should, like, the first one he picked up, he should have picked up their radio set. He's saying like few words very briefly, like they missed. And like he's just working his way up the platform, talking to each one, just like getting in their heads. But none of that.
5 down, 4 to go. And then it's like, all right, like he brings up a fire extinguisher. I'm like, oh, he's gonna beat the fuck out of somebody with a fire extinguisher or something. And it's like, no, he's like, I knocked him out. He'll be fine later. It's like what? You're not the Punisher. Like what? You're not the Punisher. What are you doing?
He's a caring Punisher.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing, is like they can't take him to that next level, because that's what makes the Punisher, and they can't have that, right? Marvel doesn't want that, on their conscience. Because the Punisher, Frank Castle's bad. Punisher's bad. He's associated with alt-right Nazis. So like this guy will be like a PC version. He's going to be a righteous Punisher, or like the right side of history Punisher. He's not going to kill or anything. It's like
he's got laser pew-pews. He got laser pew-pews.
Yeah, and even at the end, he like throws the dude out the window, and he's like, "Yeah, he'll live." And I was like, "Bullshit! He fell out of a 20-story window."
Yeah. And if he did, you failed at your job.
Yeah, it's not like Terminator 2 when Arnold like shoots the security guard in both the kneecaps. He'll live.
He'll live.
Yeah, he's good. Yeah, he'll live. But no, you're not living. Falling out of a 20-story window.
No.
Onto the concrete. Did he fall? Did he fall into a car or into the concrete?
He fell into a car. Yeah.
Into a car. Yeah.
So yeah, that's the thing. Like for me, if he were like this disgruntled shield agent who went rogue and had to go off the map and is like completely just like fed up with the government like intervening with his way to handle justice, like cool, got it. I would read that comic book. But to slap a Punisher name on this is BS. It's total. It's not him. This should never have been a thing. This should have been its own title, its own character, and I probably would have enjoyed it much, much more. Because
he reprimands. He doesn't punish. He's like, I'm just gonna reprimand you.
The reprimander. I'm the reprimander.
I'll make sure you don't do this again, young man. You understand me?
Yeah,
you understand.
He's like, what's his name? He's like the Key and Peele skit. Hey, don't you do it? I swear, don't you do it?
Yep. Yeah. Now I should have done this a little bit earlier, but we went to LA Comic Con, or I went to LA Comic Con 2 weeks ago, and may have found these bad boys in some of the back issue bins.
Very nice.
So if we want to talk about real Punisher, we can talk about this series. So I got 1 through 6.
Man, I've got the hardcover at home, signed and remarked by Garth Ennis. I love that series.
Ooh, beautiful.
Yeah, I love the opening line to that first issue. He's just like, and get a haircut. He's got the gun.
I still need to put these guys in Mylar, but these covers are just so freaking badass. They're amazing.
Yeah, and that 6th issue of that series, that one with Daredevil, that's the one that inspired season 2 of Daredevil with the rooftop scene.
So if you guys want, chat, if you guys want actual Punisher, there's plenty in the back issues, and you guys can find them. I have read this series probably 2 or 3 times, but I read them with it's like the deluxe trade paperback. It's not the hardcover, but it's just the paperback, but it's like the ultimate edition or whatever you call it. So it's got a good amount of them, but it's like I have volume 1 through 4. But those are great way to get into Punisher if you guys want to. Not this.
I have the original hardcover that includes the Punisher Kills the Marvel Universe in it. And
oh, hell yeah.
Love it.
That's a good one.
Yeah,
that's great.
So are we going to, like MG said, are we going to recommend this as the best book of the year? At least
best of the worst.
I defer to Max. I defer to you on this. God.
This book's dog shit. You gotta skip it. Fuck this. No.
At least it's not. At least he's not being like Frank Castle and that fucking. He always never knew how to do things right. I'm the better Punisher. Like at least they're not doing that. But
this guy's too bland to even do that.
Exactly. He has like no vigor within him to actually like get there. He's just so bland and boring. He's the
reprimander. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, he's the reprimander. The one thing that was really annoying to me, just it's a minor detail, but these are the things that you really have to get right, is AAA, his micro, right? His micro,
the real hero.
Yeah, the real hero of the story. She's calling him by his first name, like on the comms, which is like if your comms are taken over, if they're what's the word I'm looking for?
Compromised.
Thank you. She's going like, Joe or whatever his name is. Joe, you need to watch out on your left, or Roger that, Joe, or like whatever his name is. And the whole time she says his name like 3 different times over the comms.
Now, okay, Max, you hit the nail on the head. This is not just a bad point, but in this series, but this is bad in the Batman books. The writers are so terrible about that.
Like Bruce.
Yes, you have Bruce saying, "Damian, no." It's like, dude, what the fuck? You guys are in costume.
Yeah.
What the hell's wrong with you? Like, how are the villains not like, hey, why do you call him Damian? Why did Damian call him Bruce? Is he Bruce Wayne? But these writers are so fucking dumb. They don't think about that shit when they're writing this. They would not say the real names out loud. What the hell?
You got to humanize them.
infuriating when I see shit like that.
And yeah, you would think that like, okay, I'm the writer. I'm trying to put myself into this space of like, what would this character do? What is this character thinking in this moment? Okay, the one thing that like superheroes need to think about is like, don't blow my cover, right?
Yeah.
I'm Bruce Wayne, but I'm Batman. In this moment,
Why did you wear a fucking mask.
right. There's a reason, like, yeah. So, yeah, isn't his name Joe Garrison, right? So she just keeps going, like, yeah, Garrison, you can't, watch out, this Garrison thing, and it's just like, dude, over comms, like his cover is gonna be blown so quick.
Because what else am I going to call you? Hey, bland white guy.
Yeah, hey, Boom Hour. That
Yeah.
should be his code name, Boom Hour.
Hey, Reprimander. Yeah.
Reprimander. Oh well. I mean, for some people, if you can disassociate the Punisher with this, you might enjoy it just for the action. But if you want like a gritty, if you're looking for what the Punisher is, this is not the book to get at all. So
No.
yeah.
Come on, everybody, skip it.
We missed a few here. Shazam. This was for me. This was the worst issue by far. I hated
Really?
this. Oh, easily, dude.
Oh,
Easily.
Wow.
I didn't read this one, so
I thought this was good. I enjoyed this issue. I really did. And I felt like the end of this issue, we had some setting up some serious consequences for the decisions that Billy makes. And I'm very curious to see where that goes.
But how pathetic did these gods look when diverse group of like weirdo Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur come in and start beating the shit out of like Hercules? I was like, no, bullshit. I call bullshit. This is not happening right now. So like, yeah, that whole team that came in and started like beating up on the gods, I was like, done. I'm done. This is so dumb. No. So, but I didn't like that aspect. It also felt like, with the recent week that Mark Waid has had, maybe I was a little less forgiving on this issue, but it felt like, what's his name? Billy was being very lectury in this issue. He was like talking about the old traditions, and you old men, you need to get rid of your traditions and like embrace, the new younger people, and we're going to do this. And I was like, sounds familiar. So I like after this issue, I'm like, okay, that pretty much does it for me.
I will say, I am looking forward to the next issue. Why? Because Black Adam is coming back in to the picture in the next issue.
Yeah. But for me, I mean, like, because this has been a great 5-issue arc. I won't call it a 6-issue arc, because the first 5 issues were so much fun and led up to this big thing with this, battle between the gods. And then issue 6, just like, oh, so the gods are defeated by not even like Billy, by the dinosaur crew people. It was, for me, it fell flat. And that's what was so upsetting, is like, you're building up to this like great, cool conclusion. Nah. Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur defeat them. So, oh well. And it just made the gods look like dipshits.
Punks.
So,
yeah.
Yeah, like little babies. So
well, I think that Mark's been trying to portray that throughout the whole series, like the gods are like immature babies, more or less.
And I mean, we saw, the gods were made fun of in previous issues, sure. And they had like comedic beats, but they were never like humiliated to the extent of just being completely destroyed by this like teen group of kids.
Yeah.
So, but that was my only issue with it. But I guess we're split on that one. I guess we can't give it. I would say totally skip it, and I would say just read issue 1 through 5. But Drew, I think you're going to recommend that one, yeah?
Yeah, I'm still going to recommend this. Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. I mean, I understand.
The more art. Yeah, the more art is gorgeous once again.
And yeah, that was going to be my next thing. Is like, just for the Dan Mora art, it's worth a pickup. So.
King Spawn is really good. I did read that. I did recommend that.
Oh, you did?
With Wes.
Really?
The art in that issue is fucking amazing. It is beautiful.
Wow.
Love it.
Who's the artist?
I think it's Carlos. No,
Javier
Fernandez. Yeah, he kills it. There's a scene. There's a double pager where Spawn is like hauling. I forget who it is. He's hauling the demon or the clown behind him in a chain, like a chain net, all through hell. It is a great scene.
Oh, that's cool. Okay.
Is he King Spawn yet?
He's about to be.
Oh,
He's
so
on
there.
his
Oh, just wait.
on his way.
Oh.
He's on his way. He's on his way.
So for issue 1, he's on his way to becoming King Spawn, and then for issue 28, he's still on his way to becoming King Spawn.
Like the dragons. The dragons are on their way. All right.
Yeah, don't worry.
So this is one that you guys will probably hate me for. I fucking loved Batman Santa Claus.
Oh, I don't know if you loved it. I thought it was okay.
Yeah,
It was
I thought
fun.
okay.
I liked
over
it a lot.
I wish it was something more creative than vampires. That's my one thing.
Yes.
It's like really just
That was
vampires.
kind of lazy.
But are they just
evil
vampires?
evil elves on a shelf or something like that? Couldn't be going after something like that?
But that wouldn't make sense. It has to go within the Norse mythology that they've introduced with Krampus and Saint Nick and all these
No.
It's got to match within the universe that they've built, right?
Maybe it's probably I'm probably looking at this as the fact that like there's so many fucking vampire comics right now.
Yeah, that's true.
It's just like vampires again. It's like I remember hearing that from Mad Cave when I was talking about doing like a pitch for them, like a superhero horror book. They're like, whatever you do, don't do fucking vampires.
No vampires, no zombies.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I'm done. See, how you feel about vampires is how I feel about zombies. I'm so like zombie trope, apocalypse trope, done with it. Move on. Like we can
the apocalypse trope with the teenagers who managed to survive, who probably wouldn't survive in the first place. Yeah, I'm beyond that.
Totally done.
Yeah.
Totally done. What was I going to say? Yeah, Chad, it looks like you guys enjoyed this book as well.
Mhm.
Maybe it's just because I like the setting of Christmas. That's always a lot of fun. Dan Mora's Klaus book that he wrote early or mid 2010s.
Wasn't that I'm thinking of another one. I'm thinking of the one Grant Morrison wrote with I think Humberto Ramos did the art on that. That's probably the one I'm thinking of.
Well, Grant Morrison was the one who wrote Klaus with Dan Mora.
Oh, okay, maybe okay.
So,
I've got Umberto and Klaus and Dan mixed up. Okay, that's probably the one I'm thinking of. Yeah,
because this was one of the first videos I did on my channel. But the initial so like after Klaus, the first series came out with 7 issues, they then did like one shots every single year after that. But this first,
whoa, who's that girl?
That was a porn bot, spam bot. This first series was beautiful, and this was my first introduction to Dan Mora.
Yeah.
But this whole series was just like beautifully done. The story was a ton of fun. It's Viking Santa Claus in like this medieval town, and you get his origin story against a king, a greedy young king. It's everything you want from like a Santa story. So I very much see the parallel between like this and what they're doing with this. Not a parallel, but just like I enjoy the same type of aspects that make those two books good.
Yeah.
Yeah, this had fun. It had, I enjoyed it. I had a lot of fun. When you go into a book with lowered expectations, I wasn't expecting much of anything out of this book, and I'm like, yeah, I was entertained. So it did its job.
And it's weekly too. Issue 2 came out this week as well.
It did. I was like, oh shit, already? Okay.
Yeah. Well, they probably have to release all 4
after Christmas. Yeah.
For Christmas, yeah. At least I would assume.
Yeah. Why is issue 6 coming out on April Fool's Day?
Yeah, right. Ooh.
Oh, that's hot.
Oh my.
Oh my. So I mean, I will say, I know you guys said you just kind of enjoyed the issue. I loved it. I had a lot of fun with it. Issue two was fine. Still enjoyed it. But
I
issue
like the
one,
last page. I like the last page with Superman. His reaction.
yes,
Yeah,
that's
that was
very
good.
true. Yeah, and the great thing about how they've written Santa is every time he's introduced to a new character, or every time he meets someone, he's like, Zatanna, 1345 Southeastern Street or something. And she's like, you remember? It's like, oh, that's so cool. And that's with like every character. Even he'll probably do it with Superman, honestly. If he meets
Yeah.
Superman, he'll probably be like Clark Kent, Smallville 1234 Smallville
Yeah.
Lane or whatever. So just stuff like that where it's like it's got a lot of heart, a lot of spirit, and it's just good natured fun.
I agree.
There was one other thing that I wanted to mention, and I'm blanking on what it was. Let me check my notes real quick. Oh, the art in this is actually pretty good. It's not Dan Mora, sure,
Yeah, it's not
but
bad.
the splash page of like Santa coming in on a big
Yeah,
elk, on a
that
big
was cool.
reindeer, like really cool shots of this kind of Viking Santa. So I'm here for it.
Me too.
Sorry. I took much longer than I expected to talk about this, but I really enjoyed it. So I'll give it a recommend. Do you guys want to give it a meh or recommend? Maybe we'll do the first two issues because they came out the past 2 weeks. So the first two issues I am going to give recommends to.
Yeah,
You guys are the tiebreakers.
It's a week recommend. Yeah, for
Yeah,
me.
I could recommend it. Yeah.
Okay, all right. You better. Because I already have my finger on the recommend button.
Of our final judge, thumbs up, average.
And considering that there really isn't a lot of other stuff that I would recommend, this is one of them that I would. So, speaking of stuff I wouldn't recommend, do we even like it's shit?
Yeah, like, clearly it's shit, and I'm tired of this shit. Now this shit keeps getting made and just like treated like, oh yeah, it's fine. No, this is fucking belittling. This is demeaning to the characters, demeaning to the legacy of these characters, it's demeaning to fucking Lobo. The dialogue is insufferable. The characters are insufferable. There's nothing to like about this. What they're doing to the town of Smallville and to the Kents, especially the Ma Kent. It's one
of the worst comic books ever written.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. No, I can't say I disagree with anything that you guys have just said. I remember last issue 3 was, I think I remember saying it may have been the worst book I've ever read because of just how nonsensical and almost like psychotic it was. It was the book is, and then, right?
Yeah.
Like, and then this happens, and then this happens, and then this, and it's just like, oh my God, I'm having a fever dream. But yeah.
Nonsense, not nonsensical, low stakes, immature, juvenile, everything. It just, the stakes are so fucking low in this. It's ridiculous. There's nothing. Like you said, someone said in the chat, this is an Archie comic, and clearly you can tell this creator wants to do Archie comics. Great, good for you. Go write fucking Archie comics. I don't want Lobo or My Heroes Fire and Ice involved in your shit. This is not Archie. This is DC Comics.
Yeah.
Yep.
Even what's her name from Casually Comics? She's like, this is the demographic that they're trying to write for. Is like, like young women who are big DC fans. And she has outwardly like come out making videos about this and being like, F these books, man. This is not what I want to read with my Fire and Ice. She doesn't like the Power Girl book that's coming out. She doesn't like the Wonder Woman book that's coming out. She doesn't like Fire and Ice. Like all of these are technically quote made for her, right?
They are appeasement comics, trying to appease certain demographics.
Yes.
Yeah, but they're not buying it.
Yeah, who don't
Yeah.
read comic books.
No, yeah. Who won't buy this, who won't read them. They'll post pictures on Twitter about it, but they won't actually read
Yeah.
the book.
No.
No, they can't afford it, so they wouldn't buy it.
They can't afford the $4 price point.
Correct.
Yeah, at least Lobo is super based on the cover and burning the picture.
Yeah.
So,
But isn't like that in the book. at
No,
all.
no, that's the only testosterone we're gonna get in the whole damn book right there.
yeah. I think one of the big things here in this book too is like it's nonsensical, sure, but it's nonsensical in the way that like none of these characters would act this way or do these things or have these thoughts. For example, Ma Kent is like, and I think you guys had talked about this in your review, Drew, on Wes's channel. But like Ma Kent has been around for
Almost
multiple
100 years.
decades,
Almost 100
Mhm.
years.
almost 100 years. What does she stand for? She stands for traditional, country, more conservative values, right? That's who she raised Superman to be. Kind of Smallville, in the middle of nowhere, podunk Smallville. She is not a progressive liberal who's going out there championing trans what is it, drag shows. It's
Yeah.
like, I'm not saying that that those who do that are, whatever, have your own politics, cool. But Ma Kent is not that person. But because this writer is just like, oh, I just want to write my politics into the book. Oh, who better to do that than use Ma Kent as a vessel for my ideology? And then they're like, Fire and Ice aren't even superheroes. They punch this innocent woman who's like actually peacefully protesting.
Yeah.
Punch her so hard that she almost dies. Like, I'm pretty sure she does die in the issue. Like, insane.
What this reminds me of, I think I must have mentioned this in the past as well. It reminds me of, in a bad way, the what was called the Bwahaha League, the Justice League run by J.M. DeMatteis, Keith Giffen, and Kevin McGuire back in the 80s. But the difference here is that was actually funny. Those were written. That was written by talented writers, and they on occasion, had some great action in it and some great art. This is written by people who think that they're funny and who aren't funny and aren't talented writers.
Oh yeah, no. Joanne Starrer, I don't know how she got on this book, dude. It baffles my mind. Like the type of writing that is in this book isn't even for like 6-year-olds. Like, it wouldn't even be funny to a 6-year-old. It's meant for no one. It's so odd. And look at this star team of just heavy hitters right here. Chris Conroy editing. If you've ever seen his Twitter, that's that's something else. Natasha Bustos, Joanne Starr. I mean, we've just got
Tamara Bond villain. Okay,
Tamara
Bond villain. Yeah,
she is a Bond villain. This is the all-star lineup of champions.
Of fucking retards who don't know how to write. This book is fucking terrible. And of all places to have a drag brunch, it would be Smallville. Are you fucking retarded? Like,
never happened.
Come on now. Like, you, at the very least, you have to know your setting of Smallville and be like, hey, this probably would never happen in Smallville.
Exactly.
Ever. Call that racist, sexist, whatever, homophobic, whatever, transphobic, any other bullshit phobic you want, but don't set it in Smallville, you dumb fuck. Put it in Metropolis then, if that's what you want to do. It's not.
But that's where Hawkgirl. They can't do that because Hawkgirl has already claimed Metropolis.
Metropolis. And yeah, aren't Fire and Ice in like timeout? So
I don't even know. So they say.
No, this is I concur in that this is probably one of the worst books, if not one. They're like, this series is probably one of the worst series I've ever read.
Yep.
And I'm sure that we will see this next week on our best and worst lists. Where it lines up in our top 10 worst books, though, that'll be decided. So. Yeah, because there are a lot of other contenders that could be up here on this list. We'll see.
Trust me, when I started going back to January and started making my list, I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ, there's a lot of dog shit.
I had so many books. Like I have 10 honorable mentions and top 10 worst, and I still have another 10 that I don't know what to do with. That I'm like, do I add it? Do I just no? So
I just stopped keeping track. I'm just like, okay, I can only put like ASM and everything on here so many times and X-Men so many times. I'm just like, all right, I can't do it anymore. So
you can. I think we'll say you can either do single issues or series.
Okay.
So like for me, I won't say where, but in my top 10, I have Wonder Woman issue 1. But then for Fire and Ice, I have the entire series.
Got it. Okay.
So I think we'll kind of leave it up to that. It's like if an issue is that bad that it needs to be pointed out, you can put that single issue. But like you said, for ASM, they've all been kind of stinkers. So we can cover it all.
Yep.
But yeah, all that being said, we can skip this guy.
Come on, everybody, skip it.
Now you can burn it.
Yo, yeah. Oh, you know what? We should rip it.
I keep telling you, Max, you need to get that scene from Funny Farm with Chevy Chase, where he's with his wife, and he's like, "What? Do you want me to burn it?" She's like, "Yes, burn it." And he tosses it in the fire. Okay, I hope you're happy.
I've never seen that movie, so you'll have to send me a YouTube clip or something, and I'll put it on.
I'm doing it right now.
Okay, cool.
I'll find the Donald Sutherland from Backdraft where Robert De Niro's asking him. He's like, and Ronald, what do you want to do to the whole world? And he's like, burn it all.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then he starts laughing, and it's like, yep, burn it all.
Brian Miklick says, why does it seem that most comics lately seem to be a one and done? Like, Brian, do you mean that like we read it and then we're like, oh, we're done with it? That was one issue and we're done. Or do you mean like it's a one shot, meaning there's like one story beat or one plot line, they write it in one issue and it's like they don't ever address it again?
Yeah, I don't really quite know what that means, but
yeah. JK though says these are not made for women. Dumb bimbos don't appeal to women. Yeah, they kind of want to see their women to be like heroic and well written,
competent
concept,
not one-dimensional. Yeah, weird.
Weird. Yeah, come on. Weird. Gilmer says, did Green Lantern finally win you over? Ooh, we're gonna get to Green Lantern in just a second.
Hold on to your butts.
Hold on to your butts. All Marvel and DC at best is a read once and be done with it. Most is a solid no out of the gate. I would say for a lot of these books, you read like the first couple pages and you get the gist of it. Like for this Thunderbolt series, this is the new first issue number 1. I read this one and I was like, yep, that's all I need to read. I don't need to read anymore.
It pissed me off. It pissed Wes off. It pissed me off.
Yep.
Because this whole series is just a fucking bait and switch. Because if you know the Thunderbolts, you understand the concept of the Thunderbolts, the origins. It's bad guys disguised as heroes. That is not this in the fucking least. We're hunting Nancy's. And it is the laziest storytelling trope from the last 10 years. It is lazy. It's stupid. It's from the redundancy department. It's stupid. And I had no fun reading this. The dialogue was stupid. The dialogue between Bucky and the chick on the boat, I wanted to blow my brains out reading it.
I like the guy in the Red Skull mask. I thought that was fun.
Oh my god.
But no, you
that's the thing though. It's like, oh, who's the villain? Nazis. Get it? Like, because we can't have it's the same thing. It's like, oh, there are way too many vampires. It's like every book has Nazis in it now because it's like, oh, who do we universally hate? Get it? We get it. Nazis, cool. And they're a point of like hot debate right now, right? Because everyone's a Nazi. So
I'll be right back, guys.
Sounds good.
That's what makes
or
sense.
At least
everyone's a Nazi. Who can you trust?
Well, if
Mhm.
everyone apparently for Mark Waid, if everyone's alt-right, who's reading his books if everyone
Yep.
is alt-right? Like,
Well, if you're a hammer, everything's a nail.
that's very true. Did you end up getting to read this one as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
Tried. I mean, you don't read
Yeah.
the book. I flipped through this book and I'm like, this thing. I was like, I don't even know what's going on. Bucky going up to some rich chick saying, "Hey, I want to team up," and she's like, "Oh, I got a job for you." And then I was like, "Oh, she's like the brains behind the organization or something." She's like, "Okay, I'm gonna help you." And then it's like she's going on missions with him, and I'm like, "Wait, what? Oh, a ninja fighting strong woman," and they find another strong woman. I'm like, "Oh, so these two are doing everything," and Bucky's just looking like a dumbass. And then they go after Nazis, and I'm like, what do we do? What happened? What? Where am I?
Where am
What
I?
year does this book take place? I'm like, I don't
Yeah,
even
right.
understand what's going on.
Wouldn't they also want to like? Shouldn't this Thunderbolts be the team that they're about to do in the MCU films?
You would think, and with a gang war going on, wouldn't they want to call in
Mm.
the Thunderbolts and then be like, so we're using villains to go after villains in the gang war, and we're having to stoop so low to where we have to call in the Thunderbolts to take out
Yeah.
the gangs in this gang war. And it's like, is this, Luke Cage is having to struggle with having to call in the Thunderbolts and use them to do stuff behind the scenes because masks are still illegal. So it's like having a juxtaposition of him trying to be a good mayor but using illegal means to fight the gang war, which would be kind of interesting. But nah.
I mean, one thing I did,
do
one
not
other thing I
get that.
did want to bring up from this is that this Thunderbolt series picks up from the Captain America Cold War series that Kelly and Lansing wrote, which was an event that no one gave two shits about. No one cared about it. No one read it. We had Bucky in a man bun. Go fuck yourself. And this series, the Cold War event, quote unquote, I likened that to Event Leviathan from DC Comics. No one cared. No one gave a shit.
God.
It was that event that no one cared about. Cold War is Marvel's Event Leviathan. So just like that's carrying over, picking up from this, and I can't think of anyone who was excited to read this. I really can't. I don't understand. If you were, why? I don't get it.
What's so infuriating is that they canceled that last series due to probably lack of interest, right?
Yeah.
They canceled it, but then they continued the story in this number one issue. And it's like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, if you're just going to continue the story in a number one, that's why these comic shops hate these number one issues, right? Because it's like, it sparks like a little bit of interest and then just tanks the sales again. But every time they do a number one issue, it's diminishing returns. Because like you'll have a number one issue for a series, it starts to slowly decline. They cancel it, get another number one, but that next number one will never match what it initially was. So it's like what it's so counterproductive, especially if you're just following the storyline from the last series. So plus, I hate this cover. I do not like this cover at all. I don't know if you guys
terrible
felt the same
first
way.
issue. It is the angle is bad. Honestly, the POV should be from the ground up. From this Red Skull's head,
that would be cool. Yeah,
looking back up at the Bucky and standing up with the smoking gun. This angle's bad.
Yeah, or we see Bucky's reflection in the pool of blood or something. I don't know.
There you go.
That would be
a lot of cool things.
Yeah, there you go. The cover is a close up of Red Skull's skull with a bullet wound through the middle of it, blood coming out. You see Bucky in the reflection of the blood. There's your cover right there.
Yeah,
boom. But no, it's just
generic.
It's just
generic, terrible, heavy ink. It just looks really bad.
Yeah,
I did this. I did this. Oh,
it's so bland and just like nothing burger. Ugh. Especially for a number one issue, dude. Come on.
Yep.
Here, you know what we'll do? I'll do since I didn't do more of the show and tell, I might as well do it with some of these. If we want to talk about like covers, man.
Oh,
come on.
Oh, so speaking of Ghost Rider, the main artist for that series, he's going to be at MegaCon in February.
Ooh.
Yeah, Javier Salatares, I think was his name. And because people forget, people think Tex did the art. No, Tex did the inking. Javier did the pencils. So that guy, he's gonna be at MegaCon, Kyle.
Tex did a lot of these. Tex did a lot of these covers, though, man.
Yes, he did the covers. Yeah.
Like
I have a book for show and tell. It's a text cover, but it's not Ghost Rider.
Oh,
these are so freaking sick. Like the colors,
Oh, I love
heavy
that cover.
inks.
One of my favorites.
All of these are
I picked up the Epic collection, the Danny Ketch Ghost Rider, like born or whatever. I'm rereading those. They're so much fun. God,
look at how many. Oh no, this was Kyle. It's your favorite. It's Emily.
Yeah. Best of both worlds. Look at that.
Yeah. But yeah, once again, all back issues, all $1-2 each. Like these are comic book covers, dude. Like not whatever this is. There's no excitement, there's no color, there's no action, there's no dynamic, anything happening.
Feel like where is he? What is this? Like
nothing. Yeah, it gives you zero to work with. But,
and people are just standing around behind him, like not doing anything, not saying anything. Just okay, it happened.
Okay, yeah, I guess he killed someone or something. I don't know.
Use of pew pew. Yeah.
Yeah. All that being said,
come on, everybody, skip it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. I did read.
Oh yeah, we got some good ones you just skipped over.
We've got a few here. I did read this one as well. Yeah. So
yeah, maybe you enjoyed it more than I did. I tried reading Barbaric. I wasn't a fan.
I thought it was boring as fuck.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Superman 78 though, I had a lot of fun with. This is great.
Yeah.
This is so fun.
Yeah, and Kyle and I we enjoyed it more because we got to meet the artist. We got to meet Robert Venditti and the artist.
We did.
No shit. Oh, that's cool. I love that, man. How were they? They both enjoy. Like, did you guys tell them you like the Superman 78 series, or how was the conversation?
Oh yeah, told them the artist said he's gonna be checking out the Thinking Critical channel and everything. He's gonna be watching the reviews. But yeah, the exciting part is when he told us, because I guess we can spoil it now at this point. There's a pilot, an American pilot, who shows up in issue 2 with the call sign Highball. And if anyone knows the call sign Highball, that's Hal Jordan. So Hal Jordan is in Superman 78 universe now. And yeah, if you read issue 2, you see the Highball call sign on the helmet.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's Hal Jordan. Hal Jordan is in the series.
He's the one who tried to stop.
Yes.
The villain. He's like, hey, get away from him or whatever. Nice.
And I think it's in issue 3 that the helmet comes off, and we see Hal for the first time.
Oh, cool.
And he bases it off. He based him off an actor, and he said this takes place right around 1982. I think is what he said.
Yep.
Yeah. So there's an actor from the 80s and around 1982 era who he based Hal Jordan off of. I didn't see it at first, but as soon as he said who it was, I was like, son of a bitch.
I was like, yep, that's it.
That's him. Yeah.
Nice. Well, I can't wait to read issue 3 then. And once I see it, I'm sure it'll click. But yeah, dude, this was great. It's one of those. This is a series that you don't have to think too much about. It's not going to be too heavy-handed with anything it's trying to talk about. The story isn't too convoluted. It's very simple, but very effective in what it does, which is tell a good story simply, effectively, easily, while having a ton of fun doing it, and with a lot of very accurate dialogue. Like Christopher Reeve looks like him, sounds like him. The dialogue is very smooth. Yeah, I really enjoy this book.
I said it to actually you missed it, Max. You weren't there on Josh's stream on Tuesday or Wednesday. That reading Superman 78, you just feel good. reading it because it's what Superman should be. Is Superman at his purest form, and he is the light that shows the way for humanity. He is he is whom we aspire to be. This is Superman in his purest form, and Robert Venditti gets it. The other writers and such at DC, they kind of sort of maybe get it. I don't know, but this is what I want in a Superman comic, and highest it recommends for me for this issue in this series so far.
Yeah,
likewise.
Very well. Well said. Well said. I think Venditti has now a wealth of work under his arm, where he can say, "Listen, I've done Hawkman. I've done these 2 Superman series.
Green Lantern, Green Lantern, and the Hal Jordan, Green Lantern Corps.
Oh my God, one of my favorites. Yeah, like his work at DC, and no one is like, he needs to be elevated to that next thing, right? But no one's really, they're always like, oh, Tom King with James.
Kyle, we should have asked that when we were there. We didn't get a chance to ask it, and I wish we had.
Yeah, we were talking to the artist for a pretty long time. I was shocked. It was nice. It was a really good conversation. The guy is incredibly smart. He understands the business. Like, he gets everything.
Oh, cool.
And he understands Superman. He understands the title he's working on. So,
and he appreciates it. And I'm sure Robert would echo the same sentiments. But I wish we had more time to talk to Robert. But I like to get his take on everything. But he seemed like a great guy. Sure. Both of them, awesome.
Well, the fact that he came on Wes's channel too, like Wes had Venditti on there not too long ago.
That was because of me. I got Wes. I gave Wes Robert's email address. So
sweet. Okay. Yeah. Cool. Very nice. MG though, he's not liking these covers. He goes, "You guys keep recommending these Superman books, but these covers are awful."
Cut back into haterade. All right.
Yeah. Easy, Tiger.
Jeez, man.
Yeah.
What are you, MG? What are you, alt-right or something? Come on.
Yeah, you pig.
Yeah,
trying to cancel us? Cancel pig?
Consequence pig?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, the art and the interior art is perfect for what it needs to do, and it fits this storyline perfectly, right? The covers are lacking. But I think the interiors speak for themselves. Alt top,
Canadian bacon.
Yeah, Canadian bacon for sure. But I mean, this
look
one
at
is
number
like
4. Look at number 4. Go to number 4.
All right, let's go to 4. Yeah, I mean,
that's perfect. I mean, he had that away there. He had a lot of this original art.
Oh,
there.
Did he really?
Yeah. 2 and 3 and 4, and he had the covers. Yeah,
we got to read ahead. We got to look ahead and see what the panels were for the issue. But like, he had this away there.
I do like that his pocket square has Superman logos on it.
Yeah, but that's Gene Hackman. I mean, look at that. It's perfectly Gene Hackman. And he said he had to splice together multiple pictures of Gene Hackman because there isn't one of him making that face, doing that exact thing. So he had to look at a lot of different pictures for
it. This one looks like all of these look very simple, right? But I think for a series like this, that's all you need. You don't need a big Jim Lee cover or anything. Like,
correct.
It's a simple series.
Yep.
That's what it's there to do. So,
well, what was the original poster for Superman 78?
Just the logo.
Exactly. Yeah, because that's all you need. That's all you need. It's fucking Superman. Like that says it all.
It is the biggest IP in the world, I would argue. Yes. Everyone knows the Superman logo. Every single person in the world.
Yep.
For the most part.
But so they've really opened the door to more DC characters in this. So I'm very curious to see what other characters may get teased coming up.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, especially if Green Lantern's in this. Yeah, hell yeah. That would be really cool to see. But it goes to show how much these guys love the work, like that are so passionate about it, and they have these little, nuanced little thing. Like, I don't want to call them key jangling, or member berries, but they're nuanced little remembrances.
Yeah. So. Well, and he said with Metallo, he's like, I was hearing Clancy Brown, so he modeled Clancy Brown after the character Metallo in the movie because
Yeah.
that's who he'd want at the time. And at the time, he was a little bit older, but like if I had a younger Clancy Brown, he said that's who I would want. And it makes sense when you hear that, him say that. It's like, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like Highlander, like Time of the Highlander, if not a little before
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
perfect.
I like what MG has to say. It would be worse at this
Bite your
point.
tongue.
Well, and the thing with Jim Lee, his
Yeah,
Superman is
yeah.
always pissed off. I mean, his Superman never has a smile on his face. He's always pissed or very mid. He doesn't have that positivity that the Superman does.
Yeah. Not right.
Hey, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Nope. Go ahead. Nope.
I was going to say, look, Kitty Cat. I didn't
Yay.
see this in the Yule Cat.
Fuck
It's
off.
the Hellboy Winter Special. I need to read this.
Well, you guys have a good night. I am out of here.
Anyway, yeah, Superman 78. I would give it a high. I would give it a recommend. I would not give it the highest of recommends, but I still think it's a good recommend.
It's a solid
It is-
recommend.
It's consistent. It is consistently great and positive. So
Mhm.
yeah, for me, it's high recommends.
And I think it's nice too because they're both 6-issue minis. So you can wait till the trade or you can pick up the single issues. Either way, it's just kind of this contained little story, which makes it nice.
It's a great palate cleanser from everything we're getting else with Superman, from like
Yeah.
the action comic, the super family with all the super kids and the grandnephew, whatever, who are now super powered, and how crime is still happening despite all these super powered beings in Metropolis. I don't understand, but
Yep.
Superman 78 is just pure and true and simple to its essence, and
Yeah.
I really enjoy it for that.
The inside cover of the hardcover. I mean, it's a VHS tape. I mean, that's how much we care. How fun is
Hell
that?
yeah.
Yeah.
So cool. I
mean,
love
come
it.
on.
So yeah, we'll give it a recommend. The next one that I have up on the list is, well, actually, I'll just say this. I looked through Blood Commandment. I know you guys loved that book when it first came out, but it's just Netflix pitched the comic book.
Shut
Kyle,
It's an example of when you have an artist trying to be a writer, and it just doesn't work. Just doesn't land. Yeah.
I don't get anything from this series. Kyle, do you want to try and defend it? Did you read this?
Well, you're not high level enough to get it, and I understand that.
There's no dialogue. There's
you're down here. When you're up here with the big boys, then you'll understand this book.
Okay.
You're still young. You got time. You'll get there.
It's like we're trying to understand Dewey Cox right now. You don't get it. It's deep.
Yep. No, it's true. I love this guy's art. It's bar none some of the best art out there. It's fan-fucking-tastic, and he knows how to panel a book, and it's great. Now, it's like, dude, you got to find a better writer. You got to find a writer to come in here and add some depth, because I get what you're trying to do, and there's a fun, cool story here, but very few people can do it all. To be a real Renaissance man, it's like that takes a hell of a lot of skill, and he just doesn't quite have it, but it's still a fun story, and the art, just to look at this book, gorgeous. But I need a little more.
Yeah, that's kind of how I'm feeling. It feels more like storyboards to me, which is fine on like an art, spectrum. The art looks great, but I don't know. It's just missing that it's missing that spark. The covers are really cool. Like this first cover is freaking awesome.
I loved it. They were just like the covers for that last series. I love his covers. I love
Town Called Terror, right?
Yeah, Town Called Terror. Yeah, I love those covers, and I just think he's got that. He can tell a really creepy horror story. His lighting and everything is amazing. But yeah, I just need a little more depth.
Yeah. It's not for me, but I'm glad that
still recommend for me. I still have fun time reading it. It's still a recommend.
No. Save your money.
You're wrong, and that's fine. You can be wrong all the time, and it's all right.
Now, if you want to talk about a comic that had both good art and good story, I would say Fire and Ice #2 had both.
Yeah, it's been several months since issue 1 came out, but yeah, issue 2 was good. I really enjoyed it.
That's its biggest hindrance. Is like I forgot everything that happened in issue 1 because it's been so long. So I don't know. Did you get? Is it like an artist thing? Was it like a writer's strike thing?
I haven't
don't
heard.
know.
I do not know. They haven't mentioned that. They haven't talked about it. I wish. You know what? I should message Joe Coralla about that because he's been working at Dynamite. Maybe he knows.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah. So in my notes I wrote beautiful art, illustrations and colors are both top notch. I love all the different players and characters. Great designs for each faction that are really each unique and special. It's a very rich universe that could have a lot of great storylines and offshoots with different tribes and kingdoms. But the thing that held this thing back was like, yeah, it had like months before everyone realized, oh yeah, there was an issue 1 to this book, and that it's like supposed to be a full series. But and yeah, I just think that it needs to be coming out every single month so that people can get hyped for it. But yeah, the interior art, gorgeous, and Bill Willingham does a great job telling a story with all these different factions and tribes. It's I had a lot of fun with it.
Yeah,
So.
you get the 2 superpowers. You get the fire power, and you get the ice power, and they're vying for control. So yeah.
I will also say, if you guys are looking for Fire and Ice, be very specific that you want Fire and Ice and not Fire and Ice Welcome to Smallville. Those are 2 completely different titles. One is the worst book you'll ever read, and one is a very good book that you will read. So,
but which one's which? Don't know.
I know, right? That's the question.
Yeah.
Did you read Fire and Ice, Kyle?
No.
Ah, bummer.
I only read good books. Sorry.
Yeah. So you read Fire and Ice Welcome to Smallville.
Correct.
Instead. Yeah.
And Blood Commandment.
Oof. I read this one. I don't know if you guys read this one or not.
I try. We joked about it at the beginning of the show. This is just a redundant evil Santa Claus story. I'm like, it's the lowest of lowest hanging fruit. Didn't even try.
It's R.L. Stein.
So that was like my thing. I saw this and I go, oh, R.L. Stein. I love R.L. Stein.
Yeah, me too. But it's like, really, guy? This is what you got?
It was super basic. It's just lonely, kind of psychotic weirdo, loses his job as a mall Santa.
Yeah.
So he goes on a killing spree. And it's like, okay, like
we've all been there before.
We've all had that.
You all know how painful that can be.
All I gotta say is, if you want to see like a very truly creepy depiction of a murdering Santa, watch the Tales from the Crypt film from the 1970s with Joan Collins, where she's like the housewife, and she's just killed her husband, and like the Santa Claus is trying to break into the house. And or you can watch the Tales from the Crypt 1991 adaptation of it as well, where the Santa Claus is trying to break into the house, and it was a very shocking ending. That's pretty creepy.
Or that new book. What is it? Deliverance, Defiance. What the fuck is that book about the gay Santa Claus guy?
Oh, the James Tynion book, Tiny Onion book.
James Tiny Onion. What's that book called?
Oh my god!
Deliverance, Defiance.
I don't even remember. I was some. Yeah, it was a Decipher.
Decadence? Nope.
Something like that.
Something like that.
I will say the Stuff of Nightmares Sleigh Ride R.L. Stein book was better than the James Tynion book.
Oh,
yeah. I'm sorry. Sorry, Tiny Onion fans.
That's a lot. You gotta be careful what you say.
You know, right? They are like
they're a cult.
They really are.
They're Tom King fans. They're
just like Tom King fans. Same thing with I feel like Teenie Howard fans. But
yeah.
So I read this and I was like, you gotta be kidding me. That's all you got? This is a joke. He's a guy who hunts birds.
Yeah. The whole
That's the
time.
story.
The end.
The whole time.
I'm like,
The
wait.
whole book. Like you've got this metal cover, like even the title is like how metal bands do their logos,
Yeah.
and is this jacked, like, I'm thinking this dude is going to be taking out like warlords and tribes and kingdoms and stuff, and his name is like Bloodrick, and you're just like, whoa, this seems metal as all hell. And the author is like, I've been working on this for 10 years, 10 grueling years of like trying to figure out this story. And I finally brought it to you guys. And it's him wandering through the wilderness, trying to find a bird.
Yep.
Or a
Well,
deer. All been there.
I know what that's like.
So I was super disappointed with this because, yeah, I mean, the other thing is like his art is very reminiscent of like James Stokoe.
Yeah.
It's like if you put James Stokoe and Ed Piskor together, you'd get this, but not as good. Like if you took both of those guys and then like dropped them down to like a 3 instead of a 10, like that's what you'd get. So the art's good. It's just not like,
Not
if you're gonna
great.
have a story that's not delivering, you need to, yeah. So it was a skip it for me.
Yeah, I was just skip it. The book was boring as fuck.
Yeah, okay. I'm glad we're all on the same page. Deviant. Thank you, DJ. Deviant.
Deviant. That was close.
Defiant. You said Defiant. That was probably the closest one.
That was close.
Defiant or Deliverance.
Yeah, Deliverance. Yeah, that's close.
Yeah. Deviant. No, the last one that came out last week that we'll
there's one of them right there.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if there's any others that. Okay, yeah. So let's talk about this bad boy. 96% on League of Comic Geeks. That's very high.
Yeah.
Very high for a Ripaverse book. I'll let you guys start. So Drew, Kyle, what did you all think of Alpha Core #1, written by Chuck Dixon, not written by Eric July?
So I'll go first. I thought it was all right at best. It wasn't great. It wasn't bad. The art by Joe Bennett is really damn good. I was concerned that there were like 5 different inkers on this book, which is pretty insane. I don't understand why. I wish I knew why there were 5 different inkers. But the characters themselves, I mean, I did enjoy them more than the characters in Isom. I'll say that. But that's not saying much. I mean, some of the characters I was really hoping for more from. But I understand. Like, okay, they do have personalities. They conflict with one another, which is great. Superhero cops, they got superpowers. It's like, okay, that's fine, cool. You got some, got a creepy, twisted lawyer helping villains out in prison, helping them escape. It's like, okay, but like, this is not Chuck Dixon's best work. It's not his worst. I hate saying that, but it's just like it felt like it was missing. It was missing something. It was missing, just like with Isom, those truly real badass moments. You have Joe Bennett in here. He's doing some good stuff in here, but there really aren't those badass moments like I think of what Joe Bennett did in the Hulk. There really aren't scenes like that in this that Joe Bennett should have had. So on the whole, I would say it's okay. If Kyle and I were to do our reviews, it would be a low recommend. Maybe a low recommend, maybe a high low recommend. It's tough.
Yeah. No, that's, and I appreciate your honest review. I think that's very, very genuine and a very, like I said, honest, thoughtful review, right? Because I think most people would be like, oh, it's the best thing in the world, or oh, it's the worst thing in the world. But I appreciate the review. And yeah, guys in chat, I will get to what y'all are saying here in just a moment, because I want to get Kyle's take as well before we kind of we'll get shortly into the discussion of how does it measure up to the ISOM books and how does it measure up in terms of price point. Because on League of Comic Geeks, it says that the book was $28.
Holy
but
shit.
I don't remember it being $28 because when I was at checkout, it said 40. So I think it was like 30 and then plus shipping, or maybe it's $28 and then plus shipping, which is 12.
Mm.
You know, so it's a high, you're entering at a very high price point.
Mhm.
But yeah, so Kyle, what did you think of Alpha Core issue number 1?
I didn't like it. I think it's on par with a lot of the Ripperverse stuff where it's all style and very little to no substance here. I feel like it's all very surface level. I did like this better than Isom and Isom 2. Isom 2 is, I mean, it's almost, I don't know what that is. I will never read it again. I can't. It felt, it was like, so this is the reason this group of heroes is why there are no heroes in the future, is my take on this. Like, it's because these guys are all a bunch of assholes and kind of go rogue. It's like, that's why we don't want superheroes in our world anymore. Is that the understanding I got that from this? Right?
So the heroes that are excepts, right? They call themselves excepts. I didn't read Isom issue number 2, unfortunately. I read Isom 1, and I remember Alpha Core coming into play very briefly. But so I think your assessment is correct. I think that most of maybe a lot of the excepts are in hiding because they know that Alpha Core is out there ready to strike if they are to show their powers, right? Is that kind of what you're saying?
Oh, I took it as because Alpha Core existed, the government was like, we don't need these excepts anymore at all, which is why Isom then left.
Gotcha.
And to go into hiding or something. I just took it as this is kind of like The Boys. Like, this is like a Homelander guy where he's just a total fucking asshole. He's coming in and like when they don't call for them, but he comes in and causes a mess and the governments are pissed off. It's like, hey, we only call you in when you have to fight superheroes. You just don't come in whenever you want to.
Right.
And I was just like, I've already seen this done before and better and with more grit. Art was definitely better than Isom 1 or Isom 2 in this book by far.
Like I said, Joe Bennett, Bennett was a huge get. And he really does add personality to a lot of the characters. And his action is terrific. Some of the action scenes in this are beautiful. This is what these were the action scenes I was talking about that Isom needed. And
but unfortunately, there's a lot of standing around talking in this book.
Yes, there is once again, and which is unfortunate.
Too
it just
much.
Yes. It was missing a big twist as well. I was really hoping for like a big twist or something like toward the end, but I don't think we really got a big twist outside of that one cop was a superpower guy, but we got that more than halfway through.
Right.
Was I missing something, or was there a big twist I was unaware of?
That's what I thought. That was the twist. I'm like,
okay,
okay.
Yeah, I was really hoping that the caped guy. I was hoping like he would have turned out to be like a big villain, or like the chick was, or something.
Right.
But we didn't get.
Yeah, I thought the twist was leading up to the cape guy, the Homelander figure. I thought he was going to be like a murderer, and the other two, Braxton or whatever his name, and the woman, I thought they were going to have to fight the Homelander figure because he like murdered someone and he was trying to keep it under wraps, right? I thought that was going to be the thing, but it turned out it wasn't. And the ending with how they don't necessarily, even spoilers, capture the bad guys who were kind of orchestrating this whole thing. They mildly inconvenience them.
Yeah. It reminded me of the ending to was it Shattered in the Shyamalama Ding Dong film where like the like the three
Glass? Are you
yeah,
talking about
Glass. There you go. Yeah, the
Yeah.
very end of it where we see like the whole world knows about this group now. It's like
Oh, right,
like,
right.
the end of this was like we're aware of you guys now. It's like okay,
so bring them in, like cuff them and take them into custody. Like you guys have law enforcement powers, like you or
Yes.
not law enforcement powers, but you have the right. You are law enforcement individuals. Like even the woman at some point, in the book, she's like, I'm not just some freak. I'm not just some super powered freak. I'm a detective. Like I'm part of law enforcement. So that I thought was kind of interesting that these individuals do have say within whenever they are bringing people in, they have to read them their rights and everything, so they are part of the government, quote unquote.
I think so.
They're part of law
So
enforcement. They're part of law enforcement.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. So with all that being said, I will echo a few things that you guys said, but not everything. I will say that this book is absolutely much better than ISOM 1 and 2. I thoroughly enjoyed this more than ISOM 1. I didn't read 2, but so I'll say more than ISOM 1. I thoroughly enjoyed this more than ISOM 1. It's still a very long book that feels like at points it has to be drawn out for the 96-page trade, right? At a $40 price point, which includes tax and shipping, it is absolutely overpriced, and Eric needs to find a way to bring down the price point somehow, so that more people can read these books and more people can afford them. But I think it's a good product. Definitely not Chuck's best work, but I still enjoyed it for what it's worth. And then the other thing I was going to say, the art is a massive step up from ISOM 1. I mean, like we're talking ISOM 1 where you have a panel of a guy who's like about to punch ISOM, and there's like no shading or like no inking, and then like the next panel is like the guy is on the ground like dead or so. Ridiculous. Like the art was not up to what it needed to be.
I'll take any of my pages. I'll take any of my pages any day over ISO number 1 from Unholy Nightmare.
Yeah. Yes. The only thing though is that there are a lot of characters that you're kind of being introduced to, and so you're kind of having to go like, okay, who's that woman? Is that the same girl who's like from is this part? And because the artwork doesn't have definable qualities for some of the individuals, you're kind of like, okay, what about this? But it's significantly better, like especially during a lot of the action scenes, the art is beautiful and it's a lot of fun. It's got a great kinetic feel to it, a lot of detail, great inking. I don't know. It's tough to say. It's one of these things where it's like I come into it with a kind of an open mind, and I'm very intrigued as to what this is going to offer. And I found myself enjoying the book a lot at certain moments, and then other moments where I would just go like, man, I $40. I just like in the back of my mind, I just keep thinking like $40. At what maybe at like a $10 to $20 price point, I'd be like, recommend. Absolutely. This is so much fun. It's great action, great, writing. Chuck Dixon is doing great stuff. But for $40, man, it's really tough to go like, solid recommend.
Yeah. And he's pacing it out to the point where I still don't know what the fuck is going on. Like you still can't say. It's like you keep being like, oh, you'll get this later. Oh, just wait, it'll come in. It's like, why the fuck are you doing that? Why can't you say, here's your main baddie, here's the main good guy. This is what happened in between. If you want to find out why things are the way they are, we're going to do a prequel comic. This is a prequel. This takes place before ISOM. You'll understand why ISOM isn't a hero anymore. It's like, you still can't even say that. It's just like, oh, just wait. You think these 96 pages are fun? Wait till the next 400 pages where it's like, no one's going to be, I I've already given up on Isom. I'm done with this shit. I'm not buying it anymore.
Yeah.
I can't. I can't support it. It's not worth the money.
Yeah. I will say, though I won't be reading ISOM, I will most likely continue to read Alpha Core. But then again, I thought this might be a one shot though. Is it?
I don't know.
Or is it a continuous story?
I don't know.
Who knows? I don't know. I don't think he
Yeah.
knows. I have no idea. I don't know.
Oh man.
Too many characters. Like this, it's like you got way too big too fast, and it's like you started putting out all. It's like, man, slow down. It's a lot.
There's a lot that's kind of happening and going on, and I think my biggest criticism would be because I can see a lot of talent here, and I can see like there's good stuff here that I really enjoy, but I think the biggest thing for me is smaller issues at a smaller price point. Eric, I think, is thinking big picture. He's like, we're going to do trade paperbacks, and we're going to do like, $1 million, big budget website reveals for all the books and stuff. And that's awesome. And I'm super, I am so thankful for his ambition. But at the same time, I think that these can probably be broken down to maybe 36 pages. 24 is way too small, but I think maybe 36 is probably where he wants to go, because then in every page you can have action, or you can have something really emotionally impactful. But in a 96-page book, it's like you're investing a lot into something that.
Yeah, it really felt like a lot of pacing, just like a lot of pacing, just going through the motions of things. And it's like, I shouldn't be feeling that way when I'm spending that much on a graphic novel or a comic book, especially if you're introducing the world and you have a great artist like Joe Bennett who's just drawing people standing around talking. No, I couldn't do that.
Looking at computer screens, talking to people.
Yeah. No, I'm sure everyone will probably ask this, because this is like kind of the troll, the meme that's been going around. It's like, what's your favorite part? Have you guys been seeing this at all?
No. Favorite part of what?
So on Twitter, and actually Eric July has made a shirt of it now. So he's got a shirt that says, what's your favorite part? Because on Twitter, what a lot of the naysayers of the Rippaverse have started to say has been, oh yeah, you read Rippaverse or you read ISOM, what's your favorite part? And it's kind of what they're trying to do is they're trying to do like a gotcha moment of like, oh, what's your favorite part of ISOM? If you read it, if you like it so much, like, what's your favorite part? And I think a lot of people just started to ignore them. A lot of individuals just started to ignore these naysayers, or just like, dude, get off our back. So Eric took it like as kind of a funny way to make fun of these people, and he made it a shirt. And so now there's a shirt that says, what's your favorite part?
I will say my favorite part was the jailbreak. I will say that was my favorite part.
Okay.
Where the guy was using the static electricity from like the taser and everything to get out.
The taser, he like sticks his tongue out. It's like, yeah,
that's my favorite part. Yeah.
Kyle,
mine,
did you have a favorite part?
Mine was the end, because it was over.
It wasn't that bad. I mean, it was fine, but it wasn't that bad to where I was like,
it had the sin of being boring as shit, and that is a horrible sin. And Ison 2 had the problem of being so out of fucking left field to where I'm just like, I don't want to read this anymore. I don't care that you're in hell with some hell demons and a chick with a big hat. I don't care. This isn't what I signed up for.
Yeah.
So that's my favorite fucking part.
All right. I guess I can't.
That is your opinion. I appreciate it.
That's like your opinion, man.
Yeah.
I guess it's just your like opinion, man. Yeah.
He's grinding. He's doing it. I applaud it. It's something that few can do, and I truly appreciate what he's doing. I just think for the money and everything that you've backed and you've raised, it's like, get some better editors, get better artists, get better covers, and tone it. It's tighten it up.
Well, not tone it, tighten it up, but like we need some balls. I'm not gonna with a lot of the action. A lot of the action
Mhm.
scenes just seem kind of dull and like very uninspired, unenthusiastic.
Yeah.
But like I'll say that jailbreak scene that was creative. That I got a nice little jolt, no pun intended, from that jailbreak scene. But like the action scenes need some real balls to it. You know, we need to see some of that now, and I think that's what he's missing with the action.
I think that I agree with both you guys. The biggest thing, like I said, for me is everything needs to do this. And I guess you could say tightening it up, being more streamlined.
Yeah.
Tighter.
Tight like a tiger.
Tighter.
You know?
Yeah.
It needs a lower price point, shorter books, and more streamlined story. Get to the point quick. Get who these characters are. Get to their purpose and their main like story arc. Get to your villain. Have a conclusion or a cliffhanger, and get us wanting more. You know, because like at the end of this book, I wasn't like, oh, what's going to happen next to Alpha Core? I was kind of like, okay, so
oh, that's the end.
Yeah, that's
okay.
That's the end. You know, so you're kind of like,
yeah. But I want to support indie creators. I want to support these guys.
Yeah. Of course.
I try to, and I can't. When you put out shit, I can't. Am I frozen again? God fucking damn it!
At least you don't have a dumb Batman
Fuck this
cover
shit.
on the...
Where's my Batman book?
DJ says, I agree with Kyle. A boring book is the worst.
I've said before, there's no more egregious sin you can commit with the comic than making a boring comic. And
absolutely. I thought ISOM dialogue was clunky, and I thought ISOM 2 is somewhere under my floor, on my floor under my bed, unread.
McClunky.
MG says, if you look at everything in Robin except... Oh, they're talking about Riley
Rossmo.
After the money they pulled on ISOM 1, ISOM 2 should have been 1,000 times better with an editor and better artist. And I wonder how are they able to turn around this money and put it back into the company immediately? At least I would hope so. Because if you make that kind of money, Eric decided to invest into the supply chain. So he invested in the warehouse and the operations of the, more people packaging, more people doing the HR stuff, and which is, that was his decision. That was a business decision. I think that he also that he now needs to focus on, like you said, art, story, tightening everything up, and making it a better price point. That's his next thing. He's got the warehouse. He's got the shipping method. He's got the staff that he needs. Now we need to focus on the product, because if it continues to be this, it won't, unfortunately, I don't think it'll have the fan base to carry it through.
Right. I mean, he's already seeing diminishing returns in his funding, right? I mean,
he
has. Yeah. Now, granted, I mean, and that's just not to say, oh, he's failing, or oh, it's it's over. But no, everybody right now is hurt, and that's just a sign of
for a smaller independent company like his to sell tens of thousands of copies. That's pretty damn remarkable. And yeah, he's doing well.
He's doing very well, incredibly well. It's like, so people are like, oh no, he's making less money. It's like, well, yeah, everyone is, and everyone's hurting right now, and everyone's crowdfunding everything. So it's hard to keep that up.
I mentioned this before, like a month ago, when I learned this from Murphy. She told me that October on Kickstarter was the most crowded, no pun intended, Kickstarter had been for comic book campaigns ever in its history.
Wow. Holy crap. Yeah, because I'm noticing it on YouTube, but like and just in general, like I have noticed even at my comic shop and just on eBay, things are not selling as much as they are, as much as they used to. And I think it's one, because of the economy, and two, because it's probably the holidays and people are trying to spend money on like gifts for them, I don't know. But yeah, people are starting to do this with their money. They're starting to hold on to it. They're starting to go like, this economy is real tight, and I'm not financially capable of just kind of throwing it away all willy nilly. MG says I dropped off Rippaverse permanently after ISOM 2. Waste of money, especially with Canadian shipping.
I'm right there with you, man. I can't.
Hey, Calvin Frozen.
I'm back. I want to support him, but I can't. I can't in good conscience put my money towards something that I know is subpar.
I think that's what's the most difficult thing about this is like we really love what Rippa's doing and we want to support as much as we can, but it's very difficult to do so when the product is still subpar, if you could say that. So on par to subpar.
Right. And I'm not going to. I do agree. Wraith of God is basically, he is the gold standard right now. Now, I will say I did not back Kit Carter because that did not interest me at all. I love Aaron, but I didn't back Kit Carter because I don't care.
And that's totally fine because that's your money. You are a fan. You support him in other ways. And so, but that's not a book for you, and that's totally fine.
Right.
Because we love his Wraith of God stuff.
Great.
Maybe Chuck has very little information about the world and overall story, and he did not have much to work with. Potentially Slavic.
I'm willing to bet you he was. I'm going to liken it to. I just read the book recently, The World versus Todd McFarlane. It was the information Todd gave Neil, which was effectively, I got nothing. I just got a guy who was an assassin, come back to Earth, and now he's an agent from hell. That's all you got. Go with it, Neil. That's all he had. So it's probably the same thing.
That also could be helped with an editor.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like if Eric has hired an editor and Eric transfers his vision to this editor and he's like, you are my guy, right? While I'm handling YouTube, while I'm handling business stuff, supply chain operations, creative things, you need to be my eyes and ears on the floor with these creators. And this is where we need to go with these projects.
No creator is above an editor. Fucking Hemingway had an editor. All right. Yeah. No one is above an editor.
Yep.
This is what I think you were saying, Kyle. His crowdfunders have dropped a third each time from previous books. Now, granted, they're still in the millions, right? Like this was $1 million for Alpha Core. But I would going forward, I'm absolutely going to back something that has a name attached to it. So Chuck Dixon. I'm going to wait for the Saska sisters. I haven't read anything from them yet. They seem lovely. Like I love their presence on YouTube, but
just like I have no clue who you guys are or what you've done in the past. So that has me kind of hesitant about reading it.
Yep.
Yeah. DJ, this is, DJ says they want to do long form storytelling with multiple issues. And
no,
like to me, I think it's a bad idea just because of the format of comic books is a monthly floppy issue. And when you're coming out with graphic novels every month, right? I think it's almost every month now. It's, I don't know, for a product that you're still kind of finding your way with. I know Marvel and DC have wanted to do that where like, I think Perch has talked about like if Marvel and DC stopped doing monthly floppies and like every 6 months came out with like a hardcover edition of like Alex Ross and I don't know who's like a big name writer that they could grab, like Alex Ross and
Howard.
There you go.
Jeff Johns, right? Get these two big like creators and they have like a hardcover book and it's like that Fantastic Four thing, but it's once every 6 months and it's like $25-$30. Then you're like, oh my gosh, yeah, I'll buy that. But $40 every month for a book with characters that you don't really know, with creators that you don't know.
We're still kind of bland, kind of.
Yeah, they're fleshing them. Yeah.
But we don't really get much backstory from a lot of the guys, which is unfortunate because I was hoping to get more backstory from a lot of them, like especially the Caped Wonder. guy. I'm like, I was hoping to get more from him
Yeah.
or the chick, but they're still kind of blank slates at this point.
Yeah, and I will say, so I don't think I mentioned my favorite part. My favorite part was actually when the two of them were having dialogue. So like Chuck's dialogue is always really good. He's always very good at writing dialogue. And so when the two of them are kind of butting heads in the Eagle's Nest, I think is that spaceship, and he's like, "Well, what the fuck is wrong with me? Like, we're superheroes. Why should I put the people at risk if I can help?" And she's like, "That's not the nature of us being exceps and being alpha quote. That's not what we need to do." And they're both kind of butting heads. I liked that back and forth. It reminded me of the first half of the Avengers with Joss Whedon, when they're all kind of like, Thor is battling Hulk and Hulk battling, they hate each other until they finally figure out their what brings them together. So
I mean, I'm like, is he supposed to be Homelander? Like, is he?
Yeah.
But then I'm like, but he's not, because he's not dark and deep enough to, or
he's
psychotic enough.
Yeah.
It's like, you're just kind of there. Maybe.
He's a blank slate. He's just there. We don't really know. I was hoping for a twist, but we didn't get any. It's
so I'm like, I'm not, fool me once, shame on me, fool me twice, basically at this point. It's like, I can't.
Yeah. Well, thank you guys so much for the discussion. I greatly appreciate, because these are the discussions that I think need to be had that are very logical. We've taken emotion completely out of this. And we're also guys who really love this, like who support these books, who like love this area of the internet, right? Like I was hanging out with the Nerdrotic crew 2 weekends ago. We hung out the entire weekend, right? So it's like I love this internet community and this fellowship that we've built, but we also have to be realistic with how we criticize things and how we feel about the books that are coming out. So
yeah, and I'm not going to blindly back something just because. It's like, I'm not going to back EVS every time he does something. There's several things that I haven't backed that he's done that I just don't care about. And same with Aaron the Presti and everybody else. It's like, it's just, I'm not going to back you just because of who you are. I got to like the product too. So
I have backed all the Cyberfrog stuff. And yet I didn't back Rainbow the Brute. It just, I didn't seem interesting to me. I felt like, I'm good. I don't need to read this one, but I love his Cyberfrog stuff, So there are things that like I said, moving forward, I'll probably drop ISOM, but I will continue to read Alpha Core, because I think that they have probably more potential and more growth, especially if Chuck is writing them. So
and Joe Bennett on the art still, absolutely.
Yeah.
And I'll sail the high seas for it. I won't back it monetarily because I can't.
Yeah. No, I totally feel you.
When it does get good, I will then go back and support it. More than happy to. When it gets good or something happens, I will be more than happy to, and I will be there to back it. But until that day.
Well, speaking of backing and supporting, we've got Derpy for $2 once again. Thank you, Derpy. He says, have you gents thought about best of lists? Ooh, have we? Have you guys? So behind the scenes, Derpy, we have been creating our top 10 of the best comics of last year and the worst comics of last year.
It's all on here.
Next week, it's all up here. Next week, we will be presenting those books to you guys on this channel right here on the Weekly Comic Wrap Up. So stay tuned for that. It'll be a big finale kind of yearly thing that we'll do, and I'm excited for it.
I got my list right here.
There it is. There it is. Take a screenshot, chat, zoom in, tell us what he says. So yes, Derp, we have thought about it immensely, but have you guys finished both lists, top 10 and bottom 10?
I got top 10. I got honorable mentions. I've got worst issues and worst series.
Ooh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Damn.
I just have best and worst right now. I haven't ranked them yet, but I will when I have time to sit down and really ponder.
I actually had to change one of mine last week because I was like thinking about it, and I was like, you know what? This needs to move up. This needs to move down. You kind of, depending on, because we still have one more week until we announce our top favorites. So
Yeah.
something could come up and shock
Yeah.
us. Who knows?
We've got Penguin and Lunar are here upstairs. Haven't cracked them open yet next
you
week.
go.
So yeah, I'm curious to see how that stuff turns out.
For sure. Thank you again, Derpy, for the $2. MG says the reason the "what's your favorite part" got so out of hand is because the book is so bland and boring, nobody can answer it. It's just shilling from certain people.
There is some truth to that, unfortunately. Isom 2, it's a mess. It's a mess of a book. And anybody that says it's wonderful, amazing storytelling, I don't know what to tell you. You don't read comic books, and if you do, it's I can't. If you're comparing it to Fire and Ice, Welcome to Smallville, it's like, yeah, then this is masterful writing. But like,
For sure. Yeah.
It's not up to par with even mediocre Marvel and DC at that point.
I would say it's definitely on par with the mediocre stuff that we're getting from Marvel and DC. Like,
Yes.
I would much prefer to read Alpha Core than Daredevil. You know, like the bland kind of Daredevil. Like Alpha Core to me was much
About
more
on par with that, I would say.
Okay. So I mean, yeah, I do think that it has potential, and I do enjoy it. Yeah, I've already spoken my piece. It's just tough for me to back it at a $40 price point because I do like it. Not my favorite book in the world, but it is better than Isom. But yeah, it is funny because like MG had said, I think on Twitter when people were saying like, "Oh, what's your favorite part?" People were like, "Oh, I love like when Isom like was a superhero and he was like, you know, fighting the criminals," and you're like, okay, sure, but like, what's your favorite part? You know, like, what about like? I think in my review of Isom #1, I said one of my favorite things about it was actually the dialogue between Isom and the villain when they were in that like strip club or whatever that club was.
Yeah.
I actually thought there was a lot of emotional intensity in that scene, which I was surprised because most writers don't know how to do that.
That was toward the beginning of the book, I think, right?
It was.
Yeah.
So for me, I could say like that's my favorite part. But for a lot of other people, it'd be like, well, when Isom was like, you know, doing his thing, and you're like, come on, man, you didn't read.
I'll say for me, my favorite part from the one scene from issue 1 I remember is my favorite part because I think it should have been so much better. Is when Isom is falling out from the building, he crash lands on top of that car. And,
that's right. Yeah, that's right.
I remember reading that and thinking, you have it as a fucking medium shot? Are you serious? I mean, it could have been, it should have been so much better, but it was fine. But it was just everything. Every panel was like a fucking medium shot. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, and just the way issue 2 opens up with just out of nowhere, just some random fight that happened in the past with Isom. It was just like, wait, so what is this, and why is this pertinent to anything going on right now? And it wasn't even a really well paneled fight either. Like everything I could think of, it's just like you could have done this so much better. It's just like that's all I can really think of.
When I go back and I rewatch my initial Isom #1 video, I think I gave it a 7 out of 10, 6 out of 10. No, I gave it I think I said 7 or 8 or something. Now, after reading Isom 1, Alpha Core 1, and flipping through Isom 2, I would probably amend that and say that Isom 1 is probably a 6, a 5 or a 6. Because I think the hype was so high at the time when I first read it, and I was so excited for what it was. And because I was really invigorated to feel like we are in a new age of comics, like we are getting an iron age of comics where like people are going to be able to produce their own stuff and really make their own comic book industry. So I think I was so hyped and so excited in that moment that I probably ranked it a little higher. But going back, I would probably put it at a 5 or a 6.
Yeah, I think that's kind of where we put it. We put it around
Yeah.
5-ish, 6 range. It's not the worst.
I have to pull up the chart we had on, but
Yeah,
I
the
think it's
chart.
right around.
Yeah.
I think it's right around
Yeah.
between a 5 or 6. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's definitely a lot worse that we have read from back on
Oof.
Indiegogo and Kickstarter, but it's definitely
Yeah.
not towards the top.
But if you look at, one thing I remember from that graph is that there were a lot around the 5 to 6 range. There were a lot,
and that's where a lot of them are, and that's nothing wrong with that. It's just people tend to have rose-colored glasses when it's like, I spent $40 on this. I'm going to get my fucking money's worth, and it's well worth it, damn it.
Yep.
It's like, because I don't want to feel like I wasted $40.
Even if I hated it, I'm going to be like,
yep,
this is so good. You're like,
great.
I hate that I spent $40. That's like, I was so mad when I read the Kenneth Rockefort book because I love Kenneth Rockefort's art. And I paid a lot for the past 2 Groken books that he's released. And I'm just reading this and I was like, almost like folding the book in half because I was like, it doesn't make sense. It's like nothing makes sense, but it looks so beautiful. Like the art in this is just perfect. And it's like so nonsensical. I was so mad, dude. So stuff like that, where it's like, I want to so badly just give a book like a 8 or 9 out of 10, and just be like, this is it, right? But it's tough with no editors.
Yeah. Wraith of God and Cyberfrog, Blood Honey and Cyberfrog Wreck Planet. Those are about the 3. And it's like that are the gold standard right now. Maybe Blood Hunters. We don't know.
Yeah, we'll have to read it and find out.
Yeah.
And I mean, if nothing else, Cyberfrog just for the art.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like the just the intricate details is just like impeccable, dude.
Yep.
Well, let's run through these fairly quickly because I think there were probably more books last week that we could probably talk about than this week. But Drew, I'll let you talk about this one because this is something else. I didn't read it, but you sent me the photo.
Yeah.
I'm gonna grab some water real quick, so I'll be right back.
All right. So this issue should have been so much bigger and powerful and more emotional than it was, because a lot of the big villainous reveals and everything in this, they really fell flat. They really turned into like a really who cares? It's him. Oh my God! No one cared. No one really knows and who that character was. No one. It's and plus on top of that, killing the Mark. No spoiler at this point. It's killing Mark Spector and how they're alluding to the glorified secretary taking over. It's like I don't want to say I'm completely off. I'm completely off, but I'm right there. I'm getting ready to jump off at this point. This is not what I want from a Moon Knight series.
Yeah, I didn't take the stakes that were in here. It was just like I didn't really feel any emotion that he was dying and giving his dying declaration, and Khonshu telling him like, Mark, I can't bring you back, but don't worry, I'll be here with you the whole time until you die, and then I'll see you in the afterlife. It was like you're really expecting this to be a grand thing, and the music swells, and it's like this big moment. I'm just like, I didn't really feel it. I'm like, I don't know what you're going for here, but yeah, I the ending, like it's just
it really fell flat. The everything that happened to this just fell flat on its face.
Yeah, I was like, he's dead. All right, moving on anyway. Because she's like, yeah, we're all kind of sad. Anyway, I'm here now. What can I do for you? It's just like, wait, what? I thought you guys were sad that he's dead. And nope, don't care anymore. All right.
You guys will most likely chat. You guys will most likely see the panel of this kind of circulating Twitter and YouTube or whatnot, just because it seems like another trope.
Because I leaked it. So yeah.
yeah. Because Drew sent it to Ethan, and Ethan was like, "Oh, I'm running with this, baby." Then, yeah. Oh my God, how many variants are there? Good Lord.
Not enough.
But yeah, I'm sorry to hear that it wasn't all that great.
Nope.
Would it be like a meh or like a full on skip it?
That's
I would
tough to
say skip it. Honestly, I would say skip it, which is unfortunate because the payoff really isn't there. The villains, who cares? And what's supposed to be these big moments, like really aren't. I mean, what sucks is that they killed Mark Spector, and now we're left with this glorified vampire secretary taking charge now. And now I do know Jim McKay. After it was leaked, he tried to cover it for himself. He was saying like, "Oh no, she's not Moon Knight. If you look at the covers, no, it's not her." It's like, okay, maybe she's not in the suit, but she's pointing, telling the guy in the suit where to go. She's taking charge. Clearly, because if you look in that final page, she is front and center in Moon Knight's chair. She is, all intents and purposes, she is the Moon Knight. She is the head of Moon Knight. She is calling the shots.
Yep.
Well, it seems odd to kill off Moon Knight right now, especially when I think the thing that Marvel and DC need to do right now more than anything is go back to the classics. I feel like they've deconstructed and decommissioned and revamped and reboot. They do all this stuff, but it's like go back to the classic character, and I think that they'd have something solid. But no, I guess not.
Well, they have Moon Knight. They just killed Mark Spector.
Right. Oh, right. True. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Okay. Never mind.
And we still have Hunter's Moon also. So
but it's like, Ghost Rider. It's like, oh, well, we still have Ghost Rider, but it's the girl with the dragon tattoo. It's like,
correct. And we'll surround
and
them.
Moon Baby.
Yeah.
and
Moon Baby.
And Incredible Hulk. You have that teenage homeless girl following him around.
Yeah.
So she'll probably end up becoming
Don't worry.
Incredible.
There's always another strong female character around the corner to
right.
point out your flaws
right behind
and
the
tell you
man,
to do it better.
A younger, more stunning and brave girl to take charge.
Yep.
That is extremely condescending to the male hero.
Yep.
Did you guys read this? This was like last week.
I
this
did.
was the one that had that story in the back that was just so insufferable that everyone was like, "Come on!" Where they're sexting each other in the tub, and you're like,
"Oh yeah." No.
Yeah, I did. I mean, you're reading it for the Eddie Barrows art. The Eddie Barrows art is beautiful in that first part of the book. And I honestly, in my opinion, I think he's one of the few handful of superstars that they got right now, Eddie Barrows, and they're not really utilizing him that much. But
yeah, meh. Ooh, Carrie Andrews variant. That looks sick.
That's a man.
See, I'd read something like that, but
yeah, it's sad when the covers have more action than inside the interior book Action Comics.
Right? Yeah. Speaking of action,
this was damn good. I've been waiting all year for this.
Slow clap. This should have been issue 1.
Yes.
Well, maybe not issue 1, but like issue 2. Like, why are we waiting until issue 6?
It's about time.
Yeah. It's about damn time. This is like, okay, now we're getting into like fun Green Lantern constructs, beautiful artwork, fun, fantastic action. Like, this book opens with a punch. It's pretty much Pacific Rim, but with Green Lanterns. Yeah, this was damn fun. Great action comic. Like I said, fun constructs. Kyle, why did you hate this book?
Because it's not Green Lantern.
No. What do you mean? It's like it's not Hal?
Right. No, it was fine. Okay. I thought the action was good, and I like that Sinestro is using the rage and using the red lantern stuff. I thought that was fun. I did think him building a mech suit was going a little too far with this. I'm like, okay, you're kind of, oh no. Yeah, I'm like,
it's Pacific Rim.
I'm like, that's a little too far for me. Like, I can't get into the manga shit that much, and they're trying to appeal to an audience. But it was good though. It was much better than what we've been getting. So, still fun.
This is by far the best issue of the series. Slavic, if he's saying it's his favorite issue of the year, like out of all the different titles. Not even close.
No.
No,
Not even top 10. But
No.
like, still very fun for this series. Like, very fun, very action packed, very bright, very colorful.
Mhm.
You can kind of turn your brain off for a little while and just be like, this is just really dumb fun. Which I have been wanting from this series. Like, it's just been a lot of build up and talking, and it hasn't really been a lot of Green Lantern being, or it hasn't been a lot of Hal Jordan being Green Lantern. You know,
We got him making deer. We got him playing with deer he created.
Oh yeah, that's right. I
Yeah.
forgot about that. Yeah.
You're welcome.
Contemplating life.
Yeah. I will give this a recommend though, like a for sure recommend this week.
Yeah, I recommend it. Not a strong
Okay.
one,
Yes.
but it's
It's 3 for 3.
Oh, no strong recommend, eh? From Kyle, just a
No.
mild recommend.
yeah, just mild.
Okay. All right.
Of our final judge. Thumbs up, average.
So I already said last week you guys would most likely hate me for my take on the Batman Claus Silent Night issue and how much I loved it.
Mhm.
So surprisingly, I really enjoyed issue 2.
Don't.
I got 2 pages into this, that nightclub scene. I'm like, I'm out.
No, and that's totally understandable. I saw that first page and I was like, what the hell is this, right? But I'm, you know what, against, or actually, well, my better judgment said, keep reading, give it a shot. Don't just, poo-poo it. And I think okay, this is the weird part. I think there's something here. Like, I think there's a story here. I totally recommend it. I enjoyed the issue a lot more than issue 1 because issue 1 was dumb because like, oh, the bad cop killed the black man, and it's like this whole narrative, right? But this issue doesn't even mention that. It's like it never even happened. This issue focuses solely on trauma and what happens when people have to deal with loss and trauma and stress and the darkness that is seen in people and how that resonates to the underworld of this dark Gotham, which now is coming up through the ground to now like enlist into the old Gotham or like the real Gotham. I don't know. It's weird, but I think there's something here with I think they call it the Gotham Below. So it's very similar to the Upside Down in Stranger Things. So if you guys have watched Stranger Things and you like that kind of premise, that there are darker things under the surface that we don't see every day, that's Batman City of Madness. The image of Clayface in the book was incredible and horrifying. The book is very Lovecraftian. There's a lot of like horror elements to the underdwellings of this under Gotham or whatever. Yeah, I like I said, I was analyzing this book and I was like, oh, okay, so this is what they're trying to do. This is the commentary that he's making about this. I don't know. For some reason, this issue just resonated with me this week, and I was like, oh my God, it's brilliant. Which
We've all been there.
Yeah, I don't know what it was. So yeah, I'm
Dream.
totally gonna recommend it.
Wow. I just
At
think
first-
the art.
Yeah.
God, there's just how Two-Face is depicted. It's
Mhm.
they're trying to be Liam Sharp and failing miserably, and they're trying to be cutesy wootsy with it and be
Yeah.
art deco crazy goofy. It's like nah, you're not pulling it off. It doesn't look good. It looks weird, and
It's weird. It's weird.
weird. I can't be on that journey. I can't go on that journey with you.
What does she say in Star Wars, Princess Amidala or whatever? Natalie Portman. I can't go down the
You've gone
path
somewhere
that
I
you're
cannot
making me-
go,
I
or
can't follow. You're breaking my heart. It's also magazine sized, square bound, and it's also $7. So it is more expensive, and it's a larger format. And like you said, yeah, right. Christian Ward is trying to be the poor man's Liam Sharp. I hate to say that,
and failing, unfortunately.
but like, dude, do your own. I know this is your own style, but like you said, how he draws Two-Face is the exact same thing that Liam Sharp did with the Joker, where he had like the neon streaks and lines coming out from his face.
Yeah,
I'm like, there's just the same fucking,
literally the
there's
same
something
thing.
different. Yeah, it's literally the same. Now his Clayface, like I said, Christian Ward, if you do more Clayface stuff, I mean, I'm here for that all day. But and more the Cthulhu dark underdwellings of like the Under Gotham, do more of that.
Or Gay
What?
Flamingo at the beginning.
Yeah, well, maybe not so much that part, but
Oh, well, that's what I was there for. But
yeah.
it's fine.
Yeah, this for me. As I was reading it, I was like, "Oh, the guys are gonna hate me for seeing this,"
And we do.
which is fine.
Nobody's perfect. Well, almost
Nobody's
nobody.
perfect, and maybe I was having a fever dream while I was reading it, which made it really good. But the thing is, if like issue number 3 comes out and I like it as well, ooh, then because right now it's just a one-off. But if issue 3 comes out, I'm like, ooh.
Uh-oh.
What was the other one? I tried reading Cap, couldn't get through it.
It was
Well,
boring.
I will say that the action scenes in it were fine, but after the action, it got very boring very quickly.
Mhm.
Nothing's going on. Nothing's very interesting. I gave it the benefit of the doubt for issue number 1. Issue number 2, I was like, that sucked. Issue number 3 didn't sound like Captain America at all, and had some like, what was it? It was the whole immigration allegory, and I was like, yeah, I'm done.
Yep.
Marvel Zombies again, man.
Fuck Peach Momoko. That first
Peach
story.
Momoko.
God.
It's a Momo.
That's
Peach
who you want
Momoko?
doing your Marvel Zombies parental advisory book. I want
Yeah.
Peach Momoko to tell a fucking story in here.
She
Hopefully
basically just
no.
did manga for the first story.
Yes. Ugh.
Which-
Unreadable.
Yeah. For some people, like they are huge Peach fans. So
Oh yeah.
People love celebrating mediocrity. That's all I got to say.
And they love
Yeah.
simping real hard.
So I mean, if Peach is your thing, you're gonna love Marvel Zombies.
Or don't want
already
any
talked about.
action or blood or violence or anything or zombies. It's fine too.
Yeah, there weren't any zombies.
No.
At least not in the
first issue. That's all I got to say. Then
Yeah.
At least in the classic term.
Correct.
I didn't read Luke Cage, but you guys said that you loved
Oh
it,
my
right?
God.
God.
Oh
dude.
my God. First off, that fucking costume is so stupid.
You don't like his steel? Like you don't like his Shaquille O'Neal steel look?
No.
Shaq looks more badass than this. That's
Yeah.
how bad it is.
Oh
my
yeah, this is
God.
funny. Mediocrity is the new excellence.
Yeah.
But when he gets sexually harassed and says he has a nice ass in here,
Mhm.
it's like, oh, whoa, okay.
All
So
right.
what are the stakes in this? Are we supposed to be feeling like a sense of urgency? Do we understand like the city is burning? Because if you're spending panels and pages to talk about his ass and just to tell jokes, I'm like, okay, clearly there is no real threat here.
Yeah. It seemed
my
like they were
God,
just
look
kidding around.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but look at this Momoko cover.
What the fuck is that?
That's
Oh
it.
my
Luke
God.
Celebrating
Cage.
mediocrity.
Everybody. Yeah, Luke Cage.
Yikes.
This is terrifying.
Lee bad.
Yeah. I guess this accurately represents the book, though, right?
Yeah.
Um,
No.
a black person in chain.
Oh,
No.
whoa, hey,
whoa,
I
Peach,
don't
what are
know
you trying to say with
I don't
this
know what
image
she's trying to
here?
say about gangs
Yeah.
and whoa, but
Well, maybe she's
Easy.
not as, she's not from America, so maybe she's not as progressive.
that's true. Damn.
But no, you're right. There, if you have time to talk about to sexualize Luke Cage and his butt, there's probably not a lot of stakes going on in the gang war.
Yeah, not when he's sitting in the mayor's office saying, "We got to do we got to do something here. We got to go out and fight." And he's
You gotta do better,
talking to
son.
Iron Fist, not Iron Fist. And I
Yeah.
don't even know he doesn't have any powers anymore. So he's just a
Nope.
regular guy that
He's
knows
regular
martial
man.
arts.
Yeah. Danny Rand is regular man.
Yeah. He's like, I could still fight. It's like, okay.
Okay, great. So can any other guy at a YMCA, but thanks.
Yeah. It's like, thanks, guy.
I like the superhero name of Regular Man.
Yeah.
Don't worry, it's Regular Man. Na-na-na-na.
So it's like you go from that to screwing her. It's like joking out in the streets while you're trying to fight people. It's like, okay, nobody cares.
Yeah. You know what people care about though? White Widow issue number 2.
It was good.
Oof, 53. Wait, can we get it to 52?
Hey,
Ooh,
52.
Oof.
Opa.
Oof. Ooh, Wakizashi. Naruto gave it a half a star.
I only read issue 1. I assume issue 2 just as bad.
This interpretation of Yelena is so bad. Nominated for worst comic of the year. We might see it
Not
next
wrong.
week on Friday.
Is it worse than issue 1 though?
Nothing is worse than issue 1.
Exactly.
Issue 1, as Kyle would say, you don't read issue 1, you experience.
Yeah. You just let the classiness just waft over you.
Yeah. Let's see if we can pull up issue 2 here.
I mean,
Basically, it's just the girls go to the farmer's market.
Oh, don't forget they completely destroy Wolverine in this. They do. Wolverine sounds like a fucking dumbass in this. Like,
It's totally.
Oh, no.
I didn't even.
Yeah,
it was like not even close to what Wolverine sounds like. The book starts out not long ago. I think they're trying to give her street cred by introducing Wolverine just like really quickly. Now listen, Yelena, I don't like you and you don't like me. And she's like, you don't like me?
because
I like you. Yeah, because I like you. I think
your
your knife hands are cool.
That is a stupid. I was just instantly reminded of a scene from The Simpsons when Homer goes back to the army. And he's got a drill instructor looking at him. He's like, "All right, Simpson, I don't like you. You don't like me. I like you.
I like you."
But that's like Wolverine. He's like, it's just a saying. The point is, we have to work together here. Are you with me? And then this assassin person is like, I can't hear you. You know that,
God
right?
damn it.
Of course we know that.
Funny.
You know you're standing on a tripwire, right? And he's like, "Wait, she's standing on a what?" It's like,
I think this jackass writer watched Pineapple Express or whatever and like thought that this would be funny. Put in here.
I said tripwire. What? I can't hear you. Okay. And then he's like, my eardrums have to heal quickly, and they don't heal as quickly.
Is that an overweight body positive assassin?
It is.
yeah.
Oh, how about that?
Yeah. Hey, we big boys need some representation too, right?
He's like, "Did you call me an X-Men?"
Is that not the name of your club? And he's like, and what's this about next time? Because she's telling him, she's like, oh yeah, we need to kill this, assassin unless you want her to come after you again. And he's like, how about, or now that I think about it, you'd make a good teacher. Have you ever considered a career change?
This is Wolverine, ladies and gentlemen.
What? You might like it more than you think. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's just this bubble just seems like this is not what he would ever say, ever.
No, ever. Now the farmer's
But
market.
like I said, farmers market time, and they're still doing the bullshit. Love, like, neutral, dislike, or hate. I cannot believe they're running with this.
I love it. Continuity.
And then we get a non-binary character, our first non-binary character in
It's about time.
the issue. So
She loves nectarines and loves cash transactions.
loves cash,
No.
but she dislikes beets, or what is this? Lettuce?
It looks like lettuce.
She dislikes beets down here too.
Yeah, I like garlic.
Likes garlic.
Love corn.
This is a legitimate panel. This
Yep.
is a page of a comic book issue about a super
Russian assassin.
A Russian assassin.
I'm buying this OA. I can't wait.
Can you imagine this actually is like an original art piece and
Oh,
someone
this is the
buys
story of
this?
my life. Here, this sums up my entire life.
The writer,
food?
artist. I want you to be really descriptive on the corn. It's so succulent, the corn, right? It should be very. I can just imagine the writer being so proud of this one page of the vegetables.
Yep.
Dude, it's wild. Wild. Scary flower?
Question mark.
Question mark.
I don't know about the scary flower.
And she's talking to her friend on the phone the whole time and not really saying anything interesting. And so we find that there's a guy in a wheelchair, not the same guy from Fire and Ice, by the way, a different guy in a wheelchair.
Different handy capable individual.
Yes, very handy capable. And he works for Armament. So Armament's bad because they buy places.
Buy stuff up.
Yeah.
Meanie butts.
Yes, Mike, this is written by a woman. So
How did you guess?
how could you? Yeah, I don't know. This is that's a good question, MG. That doesn't really make sense.
Don't know.
Don't know. But yeah, no, Griffin LaChance, 17-year-old non-binary, 11th grader at Idlehaven Academy, apparently interested in college.
And the piece of shit. Okay, got it.
And no, actually, Kyle, Griffin is a mastermind at technology because later in the issue, and by the way, this is all just farmers market. The whole issue is just farmers market. So they finally get back to Yelena's house, and Griffin is like, "Oh, I can do this like cybernetic thing. Oh my gosh, it's an armament, like machinery. And I want to get into armament school to go to college and do stuff." And then two assassins show up and they try and kill Yelena. And she's like, "I dislike bad girls." Because the bad girls are BAD.
Yeah.
Bimbos and Dykes Incorporated. No, I'm kidding.
Oh.
BAD. Doesn't.
Oh. You're all night.
I'll be here all night, folks. That's it for me, folks.
You've been good.
You've been good.
7:30 show is completely different from the 4:30 show. Be sure to tip your waitress.
Yeah.
Oh, protests. Wouldn't be a DC book without protests, right?
Hell yeah.
Protest the evil white men in suits.
They're
Yeah.
old whites.
Old whites. Just a bunch of old whites. And then Yelena goes, "Time for me to suit up as White Widow," on the very last page of the book.
God damn it.
Hell yeah.
Bravo.
Still not as bad as the first issue, though.
Correct.
That first issue,
Somehow.
she was a psychopath. She was
That
a
first
legitimate
issue was-
psychopath.
Oh, that dialogue was
Oh.
fucking heinous. Heinous. But yeah, they basically get like a notice to vacate from Armament. And Armament's like, "You must leave your house immediately because Armament is building city buildings here."
Yeah. You have 72 hours to relocate.
Yeah.
They can't do that. It's illegal.
Slavic just says awful.
Well, you can't fight City Hall.
Ah, White Widow is a Marvel book, JK. Yeah. So, you don't understand, Yelena. I already did fight them. It just wasn't enough.
Yeah, you're
Ugh.
doing a great job standing around and
Yeah.
screaming it.
Protesting.
You're really gonna show them.
Yep. I love comics about gentrification.
Yeah, they're trying to get rid of these riffraff pieces of shit. It's like, yeah, I'd want to get them off there too.
Yeah.
Yeah, look
These
at San
aren't paying
Francisco. They
rent.
did that pretty quickly when the Chinese
Mhm.
leadership came.
Yeah, right.
Hey, we have a right to live here too.
52%. My God.
Woo!
My God.
It takes effort to
God.
get to that level. Damn.
Yeah. Needless to say.
Of our final judge. Thumbs up, average. Come on, everybody, skip it.
Ah, that's the one.
I recommend that you skip it.
Okay.
It's got to be flipped through to be believed.
It does.
With those books, you have to actually look at them. Because I can explain it all day. Like I can say, like, oh, they went to a farmer's market. And you'd be like, haha, yeah. But then you see it and you're like, holy fuck. Oh my God.
Oh, that's more than half the book.
Yeah.
It's situations like this and comics like this where I really wish I could be able to go back in time to the Marvel offices back in like 1987 and show Jim Shooter, this is what's happened to your company 40 years from now. I want you to take a look here. Farmers markets. This is what's become of Marvel Comics.
Likes, dislikes, question marks.
Don't you want an entire page about fruit and vegetables?
And what I like and don't like?
And which ones I like and dislike? You know what also was awful? Oh my God, this is not. No. So this was another like anthology Christmas special. Thankfully, no Lobo dressing as a drag queen or as Aquaman or dressing up as the Greatest Showman. But there's just a lot of stupid. It's 80 pages long, and there's just a lot of dumb stories in this.
But there's Batmite.
There's Batmite. There's Lex Luthor. Superman has a story.
Who the hell? Who is it in the back?
Oh, John Constantine.
Is he like a dwarf?
Looks like a dwarf Jimmy Olsen.
It does. I think the perspective is totally off, but yeah. And and then Harley, because no book is perfect without Harley. Right?
It looks like an underdeveloped Harley Quinn.
Oh.
Ooh. And who is that? Is that who is that?
Yeah, Batwoman.
Batwoman?
Batwoman appears in a story titled Riddler on the Roof, right? Because like Fiddler on the Roof.
She's Jewish?
But it's Riddler on the Roof.
Yeah, she's Jewish.
Oh, she's Jewish.
Yeah.
Is she?
Well, that makes sense. I was saying she looks like she has Down syndrome on the cover.
Oh, God. Well, she has Down syndrome in the book, too. So
well, that makes perfect sense then. Okay. A Jew with Down
syndrome.
So
it actually makes sense for the cover, yeah.
And Handyman from A Living Color shows up.
Yeah.
The other thing is like they show all like the different people who wrote and illustrated all the stories. I didn't see one name that I recognized. So I think this is kind of all the people that they're like, just do this,
generally
do the anthology thing.
Oh, Hanukkah hijinks. That's cute. That's it. Okay.
What was the other one? There was one other one that I missed down here. Oh, Silver Surfer Rebirth. Still fun. Still good. Yeah.
I enjoyed it. I'll be recommending it tomorrow with Wes. So yeah.
I'm still enjoying the series. The art is magnificent. The story is still very interesting, captivating, fun, action-packed. I can't really say anything that's bad about it. It's not like the best book in the world, but hey,
it's enjoyable.
Shit, it's super enjoyable and better than 98% of everything out there. So
100%. Yeah, we gotta talk to Ron Mars actually at the con also.
Did you really?
Yeah.
He doesn't like us, huh?
Why we should say that?
I don't think he's a fan of how we talk about comic books, right?
Oh, really? Because I love what you're doing with Silver Surfer Rebirth.
Well, I
Oh, I
also
mean,
love
yeah.
his old Silver Surfer stuff.
Yeah, and he said they just had a lot of fun with him with this. Like, we're like, did Marvel come to you? Did you go to Marvel saying you had to do this? And they're like, no, they wanted them back. And he's like, I only
Wow.
come back if Ron Lim is going to do the art. And they said, okay.
Yeah.
So that's how it was kind of reborn.
Hell yeah. That's super cool.
Yeah.
I'm glad you guys got to meet him then.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the only reason I say I don't know if he's a fan of us is because I'll tell you guys offline, but yeah, there have been individuals that I've spoken to that will not support his stuff. So I'm like, oh wow.
Really?
He's had very, 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 very hot takes.
Yeah.
Mark Waid has on social media, and it's like,
well, I had him sign some Green Lantern books. I'll just tear those up right now.
And then Daryl Banks, yeah.
Hey, I mean, I'm gonna sell all my Donny Cates books. So no, I'm kidding. I actually
did get a chance to tell Daryl Banks he needs to start fucking working some more.
This book came out. So issue 1 came out last month, and this I think was on like the cover price. Kyle, correct me if I'm wrong. This was on like the cover price top 10 lists, right?
It looks like something stupid that would be on there. Yeah.
Stupid. It's probably stupid that it was on the top 10 list for cover price, because most likely people were like, "Oh, it's optioned, right?"
Of course.
But I like this book a lot, and actually,
would.
Glenn O'Leary, who has his YouTube channel, who I just recently did a video on, Glenn was the one who said, "Check out this book," and I was like, "All right, I'll give it a shot." I like it a lot. It's super interesting. I went into it with like zero expectations. I didn't read the solicitation, so I didn't know what was going on. You just look at the cover and you go, "Oh, it's kind of like a cutesy Berenstain Bears type of feel, but with a edge." You know, what is this? Is this a body bag full of blood, right?
So is it kind of like trying to capitalize on the Stray Dogs effect?
I think that's very much because it's very like the art in this is super childlike, coloring book, children's stories, but the subject matter is very dark. So I think that's what they're trying to do is this whole new thing of like Stray Dogs, where it has this kind of Disney feel to it, but the subject matter is extremely haunting.
Cute.
But I'm enjoying it. Did you guys ever hear about this? Have you guys heard anything or seen or read this at all?
Not until now.
No idea what this is.
If you guys get a chance, I'd say read issue 1 and let me know what you guys think. Because it's technically a horror, but I don't want to say anything other than that. So
okay.
Was there anything else? We did Silver Surfer.
Is there anything else?
I couldn't get through Killmore. Couldn't get through.
First off, the cover's terrible.
It's so funny.
I will say, the opening to this issue was really damn good, but after that, it really hit the brakes.
Yes,
that's how all these they all start off with a killer killing more people, and then it turns into Jesus Christ. Will one of you shut the fuck up?
No, yes. It was several pages of this chick in her room talking to someone on the phone, like she was like her therapist or whatever. The person, and like she's her roommate walking back and forth, and it's like, is this about serial killers? What the hell is going on here?
Yeah, can you guys, I don't know, detect and go out and do something? Just standing around talking. It's like, Jesus God.
Dude, my thoughts exactly. You guys hit the nail on the head. The concept of this book that was introduced in issue number 1, I was like, okay, we're going to get a different serial killer every book, right? Or like some horrifying events that keep happening, and you keep having to like a 7, right? I wanted this to be 7, and it's just not at all. Like it's completely diverted from issue 1, and now it's just the struggle of just being alive in this city, and it's like not even that. It's like
That's
I really couldn't even tell you. Yeah.
And that's the downfall of this creative team when they think that's the most interesting part. That is not the most interesting part. The serial killers, that is the most interesting part.
Yeah.
We want to know more about these like insane psychopaths.
Yeah.
Exactly. In this issue, you see the granny driving by in her car. I'm like, is there a population of like 50 people here? Like, how big is this city? How big is this town? Like, what are we doing?
Well, how many are left at this point? Yeah,
exactly.
We don't know how many people are left.
Yeah. And we see that one girl who's talking on the phone to her therapist or whatever, they're on Mars. So they have a colony on Mars. Yep. So we know that there are people there.
Yep.
So it's like they're introducing new things, and it's like, whoa. We still need to like, what's going on in the city? You're already introducing stuff like off world. Like, come back, get your
Why
thoughts together.
Why are these people killing people? Why are all of them psychotic? And what are these cops going to do about it? Are they even going to do anything?
Are they? Yeah, they're not doing anything. They're just
they want
angry.
to, but they're not doing anything. They're
Right.
just standing around
like,
talking.
That fucking guy, he won't let me investigate.
Oh,
she's like, well, then we need to.
Bitch.
We need to do it the right way.
Fuck, you fucking fuck ass fuck.
They dropped the F-bomb in this book so many times. I thought I had a sailor mouth.
Me too.
Ooh. And we don't get this girl.
No.
Like, I saw the cover and I was like, as absurd as this cover is, like, her neck is the size of my entire head. You know, it's like, I'm like, okay, we're going to get this woman like punching holes through people's faces, right?
You know where the wet room is? Yeah.
So I may give this one more issue.
Oh my God.
One more.
I'm done. That's what, 3? Or is that 4?
Yeah, that's 3, man.
I'm done.
That's 3.
I can't do it anymore.
I think I normally do 4. I think 4 is where I get up to, and if 4 doesn't capture me, I'm out.
All right.
I
tried reading The Devil That Wears My Face. I didn't read issue 2 because I didn't feel like I needed to, and I really didn't need to. And so issue 3 is just as stupid.
Oh no. Well, because I remember you said you read issue 1, but it was lackluster.
Yeah, stupid. It ends exactly how you think. Oh, the demon takes over the priest, and the priest is the guy that was the demon, and they switch roles.
Oh my God.
And they're still switching roles, and so the priest is doing things, and people don't understand, and the guy is like, "No, I'm innocent. You got to believe me." And so he's trying to find the priest.
I literally just watched a movie last night on Amazon with almost the exact same premise. It just came out. It's with Barbara Crampton and Heather Graham. It's called like the Skin I'm In or something. I forget what it's called. Hold on a second.
Oh, did the Red Letter Media guys talk about that?
Yes, Suitable Flesh.
Yeah.
I just watched that. It's the exact same fucking premise. And but much better than this.
Yeah, this is just lazy. And then I was just flipping through it because I'm like, this is rote. Everyone knows about this. It's not exciting, and the art's not that good. And sure enough, nothing happens.
So, Kyle, would you say that this is a bland book?
Yeah.
So it makes sense that David Pepose, the writer of Bland Punisher, is the one who's writing this one, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, bland
Just,
characters.
yeah.
It's like, hey, what if a priest and a demon guy switched bodies? It's like, and
like,
what?
Okay.
No, that's
yeah, right. That's there's never like a and then, right?
Yeah,
it's just.
So, but what does that have to deal with the priest and being a priest?
Right.
Oh, nothing really. It's just kind of there.
And I think that's what a lot of these stories have. It's a what if this, and then people are like, oh, that's cool, but then what happens next? Why is that? What if? You know, there needs to be purpose, not just.
I'm just gonna ask
what if this thing?
It's like for a one shot, sure,
yeah.
I didn't see the Three Stooges versus Cthulhu was out. Damn.
Oh, you'll have to read that one then.
I gotta find that.
Yeah, by American Mythology.
Oh,
Yeah,
that'll never be found. But
they're the ones that are doing the Silent Night, Deadly Night comics and Fright
Oh,
Night and Night of the
yeah.
Living Dead and
Oh,
Zorro.
right.
Yeah.
that'll be good. Oh, I
You mean
read that.
Zorro's,
Sorry, go ahead.
Zorro's gay sister?
Yes,
Which
the
one did you
real,
read?
the
Kyle?
real Zorro. Charred bodies. Was that down here?
So I also read this one.
Charred remains.
Yeah, me too.
Charred
I thought it was good.
I
I
wasn't a fan of this at all.
And that's what's so difficult about Mad Cave is they're hit or miss. Like their
Yeah.
Nottingham stuff, chef's kiss. This was
I'll be right back, guys. Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
sounds good, man. So let me ask you this. Did you think that this was an allegory about potentially Black communities or like homeless communities?
I thought it was more
Or-
homeless communities for sure.
Okay. Because I felt like they were trying to insinuate that there was like a Black population that was, I think it's the mayor or someone on the newscast is like, yeah, we've created this entire civilization for this group of people that is going to, and the two African American women are like, oh yeah, well I got approved for this thing, but we find out that this group of individuals that are within this community don't end up making it.
Right.
Like there's a villain in the story that ends up taking them all out. So
Yeah, and
so
this is
yeah.
the same artist of Maniac in New York.
And
Which-
Andrea
Oh,
Muddy.
is it?
Yeah.
Andrea Muddy. Yeah, great artist.
Eh.
Hey, don't you dare disrespect Andrea Muddy. Don't you dare.
This
Kyle?
art is
Hey.
The cover's
Careful.
cool.
Careful.
cover's cool.
Careful.
Art is it leaves much to be desired.
Don't you
Eh.
Watch it. Watch it.
we're going- hey, bear in mind, we're going on 4 hours. You would think I'd be exhausted by now, but no. If we're talking about Andrea Muddy here. No,
Ooh.
I am on point. And it's like,
Wow.
don't even try.
So you try to find what bullshit allegory are they trying to say here, because they were trying to do that in Maniac of New
No.
York.
Yeah.
and it was done horribly. And this is kind of going down that same path of
Well, that was
homeless people are good people too.
No, Kyle. Okay, I'm going to cut you off right there. It was not as bad. It was not as lazy, not as heavy-handed as Maniac of New York. Because if you read those early on issues of Maniac in New York, those cops were pretty fucking insufferable. In this, not so much. The civilians, like the homeless, it's fine. I can go along with that. Their conversations were kind of real. And it was much easier to go with the characters and to sympathize with the characters as opposed to the Maniac in New York characters.
The homeless with a heart of gold.
aren't they
and
all?
that's why
Yeah.
that's why I asked Kyle. I was like, "What's the allegory here?" Right? Because I know that there's you can tell that the writer is trying to tell some story. He's trying to convey something with this. It's not just like, oh, there's a cool fire demon and he's like gonna start killing people. He's trying to like he wants us to analyze this book, right? But I don't know how much substance there is. So I mean, I think it's fine. I don't think I would necessarily buy it, but this could turn into something really interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe it can. I believe it will.
It's a mile wide and an inch deep. I don't think there's much here. I
Yeah.
really don't.
That's fair. That's fair.
not
I'm
seeing
expecting
much.
a decent horror story, and
Okay.
that's
I
But see,
wanted
that's
that
the-
Maniac in New York, and I didn't get that. So
Ugh.
This is better than
for the
Maniac in New
longest, I don't know. For the longest time, you guys were
Kyle?
hyping up Maniac in New York on your channel, so I kept buying it, and I kept going. I still don't really like this until finally they came out with the second series, and I was like, Fool me once, you're not getting me again on this one. Yeah, no, Maniac in New York was super bland. So, I mean, this, yeah, I think for the most part, it's another one of those what if, right? Cool concept. What if there is a villainous, maybe fire creature that is causing havoc in this community? How are people going to respond, right? If especially when the firefighter brings out that woman and he realizes, oh God, like it's not, he envisions something different. So if this guy can alter time or alter reality, it's like, oh, that's pretty terrifying. But like you
I don't
said,
know. What if a
there may
black
not be
homeless people with a black firefighter find a black fire demon and they all have to join forces together to save all the black people? And it's like, okay, I know what you're trying to do here.
I don't know. I think the fire demon is white.
He probably is.
Yeah.
Most pyromaniacs probably are
That's
white.
a white guy.
That's definitely a white guy. Going after all the black people. I'm gonna burn. Every character in this is black.
I think, but I think they're in New Orleans, right? So maybe in that specific area of New Orleans, like it's more the community has no diversity,
All right.
or it's very diverse, but with only one group of people.
Okay.
How does that work? I don't know.
I don't know. But there's some things to be said. I don't know what the hell they're trying to say, but I'm not expecting much out of it.
Yeah. Well, for the last 4 or 5 minutes here, or do we have a pick of the week for this week?
Yeah, for me, I would say
What kind of run? Or let me. So the
it's going to be between. I'm going to say between Green Lantern 6 and Titans Beast World #2.
Titans Beast World.
Yeah.
Wow. Did not expect that. Why was that one good?
See that coming?
No.
Yeah. Huh.
Yeah.
All right. Wait, was this the one that had the stupid? No, what was the one that had the dumb cover on it? Was it this one? It had Harley Quinn as a bunny. Remember that one? Am I having a fever dream?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, there were 2 issues. There were like 2 tie-in issues to it, like last week or something. Or this was one.
This
week.
one.
Okay.
This stupid one.
What
God, that's
Whoa.
horrifying. All the furries are out there just getting off to this nastiness.
Well, that's something.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
See, I'm not psycho. This does exist.
Wow.
Titans Beast World Gotham Tour #1, Beast World Tour Titans #1.
Hell yeah.
Wow. All right. Well, I did not see that coming, Drew. Kyle, what would your pick of the week be this week, if you could give a recommend?
Green Lantern?
Question mark?
Yeah. I guess so.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think so. You think?
Yeah.
Green
Green
you're gonna die.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm going to give it either to Silver Surfer or Batman Santa Claus Silent Night for sure. So I did enjoy Green Lantern, but Silver Surfer has been super solid, and I loved the art, and I love the interaction between Galactus and for the Silent Night, Batman Santa Claus. Who doesn't love a good Santa Claus story?
Hey guys, real quick, I'm gonna jump out of this. I'm gonna pack up because I gotta drive up to get back to my place. So I'm gonna pack up. I'm gonna hop in on my phone on the chat. And
okay, sounds good. Yeah, we're gonna wrap up. So if you want to hop in the green room once we're done, more than welcome to. Because I think that's pretty much it for the evening.
I can show off what I got from the con if you want.
Yeah, that's true. Because I've got some stuff as well. For last week, Drew, before you head out, did you have a pick of the week from last week? Or he might have already left. What about you, Kyle? Did you have a pick of the week from last week?
It's honestly a tie. I'd have a hard time between Transformers 3 and Sacrificers.
Yeah.
I mean, those two, hands down, stand out as some of the best. Transformers 3 has been the best of the series so far, and same with Sacrificers. So, yeah.
Yeah. Man, that's tough. It's tough. I will agree. It's between those two. I don't know which one is best.
Yeah.
Is much more gooder.
Much more gooder.
Yeah, because I'm trying to think if there's anything else. My number 3 would probably be the Silent Night one again.
Oh, I'd go Superman 78.
Okay.
Dead Blood Commandment.
Dead Blood Commandment. Ugh.
I'm still holding out hope.
Oh, you mean Blood Rick? That's the one that.
Blood Rick. Yeah, Blood Rick. Yeah, that was good too.
Same blood stuff.
Yeah.
Alpha Core. No, not in your top 3.
No, not even close.
This looks interesting. I don't know what that is. Yeah, I would put. I don't know. It's definitely not up there with Sacrificers or Transformers. I'll say that.
No.
But yeah, if you want to go ahead and start showing off some of the stuff that you got from the con, I'll pull out some of my stuff as well.
Oh, so I didn't get this from the con. I got this from off of eBay. It showed up. It's a book I've always wanted, and I finally have it. It's a text cover.
Ooh, very nice.
Yeah, not Ghost Rider.
Oh, who could it be?
What could it be? It's a RoboCop #1 newsstand.
What the hell?
Yeah.
That's cool. Is that a magazine size or is that just regular?
Yeah, it's magazine size.
Damn,
She's in good shape too. She is in pretty good shape.
Dang.
Loved this cover.
How did you find out about this?
RoboCop #1?
That specific magazine that was the text cover.
Oh.
Is that like hard to find or?
It's just an expensive book. I think it's like the first appearance of RoboCop in comics. But yeah, you can see his SIG right there.
Yeah, very nice.
Yeah,
dude, that pistol looks dope. The red cover pops.
Yeah.
Part man, part machine, all cop.
Yeah, and it is an adaptation basically of the movie. So
oh, perfect.
Yeah.
And we all know that RoboCop is like a near perfect film.
Damn near perfect, yeah. Yeah. So this was something I'm glad I found for reasonably cheap. I'm probably gonna get her sent off to get graded.
Don't grade it. Why grade it?
We did meet Robert Venditti, and I did have him sign my Superman 78. So,
ooh, hell yeah!
Yeah.
Is that? Oh, that's the hardcover.
Yeah, it's the hardcover. Yeah. So I had him sign that, and this. So I got the Death of Superman 30th Anniversary Deluxe.
Ooh, beautiful.
A couple of these, but so Dan Jurgens and Brett Breeding were both there.
Dude.
So I had them both sign this, but then I also asked Dan if he had any room on his list to do a remark.
Okay.
And so I had him do one. And so I had him do a Superman.
Oh,
there.
Wow. And that Dan Jurgens signature is beautiful.
Yeah. And so I got this.
Dang, man.
And he's like, can you come back in a couple hours? And I was like, that's fine. I'm not going anywhere. And so I got it back, and he's like, here you go. I'm like, dang, that sucks. You should have seen the look on his face. They were like, what? I was like, I'm just kidding with you. Like, it's amazing.
Dude, I would have been so I I don't know how I would have responded.
I know.
I
mean,
cannot believe you trolled them like
I was
that.
like, I'm just
Oh,
screwing you.
man,
And
that
I'm like, it's
sucks.
amazing. I was like, oh, it sucks. He was like,
Wow.
what?
You
They're
are
like, oh, too
evil,
bad you
sir.
were already paid. Now this,
Oof, yeah, I've
the pride and joy.
the pride and joy of the
Yep.
evening.
Got to meet the Biz. He was
Mm.
there, and so he said he has not seen one of the. He hasn't come across one of these, and he has never been asked to do a sketch in these ever.
Hmm.
This is the first one he's ever done, and this is from here. And so they're like, he's like, so what do you want, mate? I was like, I don't know, man. I was like, I'm like, what do you think? He's like, I think it'd be awesome to do like a kick-ass devil on there. And I was like, go. That sounds awesome. Do it.
Wow.
And so he did.
Oh.
That is what he did for this book.
Wow. Yo, and the signature too with the little devil tail.
Yeah.
Wow.
Spectacular.
Incredible. And he did it with like a red marker with a little bit of pink or white, it looks like.
Yeah.
Whew.
Oh,
Wow. Well,
so
we've been
awesome.
talking about it. Because we've shown the book off twice now on the channel. And both times we've been like, we want this remarked.
Uh-huh.
And sure enough, you got it. You got it.
I thought it was going to take years, to be honest with you. I've
Right.
never seen him at any cons.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
absolutely. I totally thought that as well.
Yeah.
But
And then I got my Wraith of God Blood Hunters in the mail finally.
ooh,
So-
every variant cover.
Every
Wow.
variant. And unfortunately, I mean, Drew got his signed by Biz. Mine didn't show up in time, damn it.
Oh.
Yeah. But next time, baby. But yeah, I got them all.
What was the cover A?
Cover A, I think, is this one? No,
No, that was
I
the
think
homage or the
this is cover A.
Yeah.
Yeah. I should have gotten that one.
It's
I got the
round.
I got the Bisley one.
You got the Biz?
Yeah, I got the whole
Biz.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one it is a wraparound.
Oof.
Rip, rap,
So nice.
rippity rap, rap, rip, rap, rippity roo.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. That looks so good.
And then I had the
Aaron's-
King of Dracula homage.
Yep.
Ugh. Lame. No, I'm kidding.
Yep.
I love the way that Lepresti does women.
Yeah.
I know he is much more interested in drawing creatures and monsters, but gosh dang, man, he knows how to draw women really well.
He does. Like this Kit Carter, I mean, she is gorgeous.
She's beautiful, man. Yeah, I love her look.
It just doesn't interest me at all
Yeah.
as far as the story. And there's a backup in here
Oh,
for Kit Carter, by the way.
all right. Well, I look forward to reading it. Yeah.
Still wasn't interested after reading it, but hey, good for him. He's doing it. He's killing
Yeah.
it. So
Doing the damn thing.
oh, and then I also one more thing. I have some shit signed by Jim Shooter and stuff, but it's tucked away. I forgot about it. But
Oh.
John Beatty was there also. And
Okay.
so I had him do that Rocketeer right there
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
and that Batman right there. I said, hey, John, you probably don't remember, but it was like 2 years ago during COVID, I had you do 2 commissions for me of a Rocketeer and a Batman. And he's like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. He's like,
I get so many of them. Yeah.
yeah, he's like, are you sure it was me? I'm like, yeah, you signed them. and so when I showed him the pictures, he's like, oh, I did that Batman. He's like, I still love that Batman. He's like,
Oh wow.
man, he's like, oh, I loved that. I love doing that Batman because I just asked for a Batman. He added that watercolor. I didn't pay for that. He decided to do
Oh
it
wow.
on his own.
That's
He's like,
awesome.
yeah, so he's like, oh, I remember that Batman. I had so much fun doing that. And
Well,
so,
yeah, especially because like no one really cares about the Rocketeer, so that's
well, Real comic book
Well,
fans do.
If it were, if it were the Disney Channel like black 12-year-old girl Rocketeer, then yeah, they'd probably care about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I should have had Dan Fraga do that up there and said, "Hey, can you do the real Rocketeer?" And so I asked John who his all-time favorite character was drawing, and he said Captain America.
Ooh.
So I was like, "Oh, okay." And I said I'd ask him to do a sketch card, and he did a sketch card of Captain America.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me put you full screen. Yeah, look at that chin, that jawline.
Yeah.
Ooh.
So he said, yeah, his favorite character to draw all time is Captain America.
How cool, man. That looks beautiful.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Hey, very cool. Hey, Drew, I'm getting some echo from your phone, so I'm just going to mute you until, unless you want to comment, just let me know, or just unmute yourself. Is that cool?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, those are amazing, man. Those are so beautiful.
Mhm.
I wish I had my Tex art, because so I bought a poster from him. He was doing commissions, but I didn't have enough time, and he was super swamped. So I bought a poster from him, and he did a little remark of Huntress on it, and it's gorgeous. But so I don't have that, but maybe I'll show it next week.
So, sorry, I know I'm echoing, but real quick,
Oh, you're
Tex
good.
does the best remarks of anyone in the business.
Yeah.
No one does them like he does. His Ghost Rider remarks are the best, bar none, from
So
anyone
cool.
ever.
They're great.
Hell yeah. And he did it pretty quickly, and he just kind of like simply was just like boom, 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 done. And I was like, I don't know how you're able to do this, man. It's pretty incredible. So I did that, but as far as books go, I bought like a ton of back issue stuff. Your favorite, Death Blow. So this I actually,
Nice.
this was Jim Lee's Death Blow.
Yeah.
But instead of getting it for Jim Lee, I actually got it for the story in the back. So the first 4 issues of Death Blow have a story in the back by Nick Manabat. And dude, I want us to do like a deep dive into Nick Manabat. He's incredible.
Didn't he die not too long ago, or is he still alive?
No, unfortunately, he died super early in the 90s.
Yeah.
He was like 19. No, he's 25.
Yeah, it's a bad
1995.
His art in that book he did is ridiculous.
It's unreal, bro. It's incredible. So,
Okay.
also got some $1 Eric Larson cover, ASM.
Nice.
So all these were all this Daredevil, $1 at the con. So this is all Ann Nesenti or Frank Miller stuff.
Nice.
Just lots and lots of back issues. Is there anything like, oh, this is the vacuum. So like during the Inferno event, things started to come to life. And so demons were possessing inanimate objects. So like a vacuum got
like Dark Web.
Like Dark Web, very much so.
Oh.
Yeah. So just some cool Daredevil stuff.
Some good covers.
Aaron told me that I should get New Warriors. So I've never read New Warriors, but I'm interested to read it. This is issue 3 through like 14. Oops, those all drop.
Nice.
Yeah, that Bagley art is really damn good in those issues. That's pretty much
Yeah, because you get some Punisher.
Ooh.
Some cool Punisher team ups with New Warriors, I guess.
Not the new Warriors, though.
Well, I couldn't find all the Safe Space and Snowflake stuff, unfortunately. So
You gotta look. It's there, but
I just went with these instead.
that's all right.
John Byrne, Fantastic Four.
Can't go wrong.
A lot of newsstands. Surprisingly,
Nice.
ended up with a lot of newsstands, which is pretty cool. So, and then finally, all of these are Joe Mad X-Men. So all the Joe Madureira X-Men covers. I think probably my favorite one was the Psylocke Sabretooth issue.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Gorgeous. She's a beaut. So love me some Joe Mad. Can't get enough of him. So I got all those.
His Age of Apocalypse stuff. That was kind of like my introduction to who he was. I was like, holy crap, who is Blink is hot. Holy shit, I didn't know he.
Yeah.
It's his X-Men work is truly. I don't think it is recognized as much as it should be. But yeah, huge fan of his stuff. But I think that's it.
Jim Lee.
And then there's like Mark Silvestri, and there's Mark Teixeira, Texiera. I don't know how to pronounce it. Even I asked him, I was like, how do you pronounce your last name? And he's like, people just call me Tex, man. I don't know. And I was like, that tracks.
Okay. Fair.
And then no one will get this deep cut, but only 90s kids will know. So the Amory Wars is the Coheed and Cambria comic book written by Claudio Sanchez. I forget who the illustrator is, but this is the first printing from like early 2000s. So I had him and his wife sign this. This was like the first book that I bought from them. So it's torn to crap, but still pretty cool to have a little childhood memory for him to sign that. So yeah. That's my little show and tell. So not as cool as a remark by frickin'
The Biz.
The Biz.
He's a cool dude. He is a tall motherfucker. That guy.
Is he really?
He is fucking
big
Lobo.
Guy?
he dresses like fucking Lobo. He dresses like a
yeah.
fucking biker. Like he is a badass.
That's very rare. Like you can only say that about few comic book creators. A lot of them tend to be just kind of nerdy, kept to themselves, dudes.
No,
which is fine. I mean, there's
Priestley
nothing wrong with that. But
oh man, intimidating.
Damn, that's cool.
Yeah.
Well, you look at the people that he draws. You look at all the characters that he draws, and they're all that way. Like all of them are intimidating or have some sort of masculine presence to them.
Oh yeah, that's him to a T.
Yeah.
I didn't get a chance to thank him because we went and grabbed some food, and he said he was going to work on it late, and I was like, "Oh, we got time to go eat." And then his handler texted me saying, "Hey, he's gone, but it's done here." I was like, "Shit," because I was going to say, "Hey, what do you think about coming on YouTube and coming on the channel? We can talk and I can show off the art." But
dude, hell yeah!
To ask him, he left.
Well, maybe we'll get to see him.
Told me to go fuck myself anyway, but
you'd be like, "Oh yeah, right.
Oh yeah, go fuck yourself, I ain't getting on that YouTube shit." Right, fuck you. It's like, right,
he's like, "How much you want to fucking pay me?"
Yeah, exactly.
That was more Cockney British. That wasn't.
He's kind of right around there. I don't know what the fuck he is.
They all sound the same, right?
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding. We love our Brits and our Australians living in the land down under.
I also have my executive honeycomb box sitting right there.
Meh. How much is that? $350?
200, I think.
Oh, really? I thought it was actually I thought it was 100.
It was 200.
Worth it?
I haven't opened it. I don't know.
Ooh, live unboxing on your own channel.
Yeah, nobody cares. Well, it showed up. I don't even. It's like I forgot. It's like I already have almost everything in there, so I'm just like, I don't know. Might as well sell it.
Yeah,
there aren't that many out there.
Maybe
Drew has 2 of them.
Really? Damn.
Yeah.
I have 2 what?
The executive honeycomb box. Got mine sitting right here.
Yeah. Well, I'm waiting for the second one to come to me. I've got my first one. I'm waiting for the second. But yeah. So I'm gonna be holding that second one hostage.
Yeah, man. Because you guys can sell that for pretty good money. So
yeah, they're not cheap.
No, not at all. And a lot of Rippa fans, a lot of CG guys that didn't hop on that, we'll probably pay high money for that. So
Well, let's see what they're going for in the old eBay
aftermarket. Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta be careful with that, Kyle, because when you look them up, because some of the people have, I guess, misnamed some of the stuff, but which is unfortunate. But mine has the Eyes of March variant and all that stuff in it. So yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and call it a night here, fellas. So we'll look up that honeycomb box and see how much that is. But I keep looking at that Wolverine Stephen Platt cover, and it's still $3,000 to $3,400, and I'm just like, it's not going down anytime soon.
It never will.
But if it makes you feel any better, Stephen Platt doesn't have any either. So yeah.
Hey, well, that you know what? That's the fair. So
anywhere between $400 and $600, these executive honeycomb boxes are selling for.
Wow. All right.
You can double your money.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, same thing with y'all's Faust book. Y'all's Faust book goes for about $400 to $500 right now.
Bullshit.
What?
No,
really?
No
That?
The omnibus one that was on the Kickstarter, because there were only like a few that were printed. So now, if you buy them from what's his name at the convention, it's $250. But I think you guys bought it at $150, right?
I think so. We got ours signed by both of them. So I don't. Yeah.
I would say they were at like $150, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was watching Tales from the Flip Side, or what is it called? When the speculator dudes. Yeah, it's something to that effect.
Catch you on the flip side?
Yeah, we watched it here on the channel not too long ago.
Latest Salamenge.
And when we watched it, well, one of the episodes I was watching, they were talking about that Faust omnibus, and they were saying it doubled in price on the aftermarket. So,
all right, well, I'm selling it right now for whatever that price is.
Do it.
Whatever.
If anyone wants it,
$400.
Message Kyle. Yeah.
$875.
Jeez.
Or whatever price it's going for. I don't know. What is it? 200, 500, 400, 300?
Somewhere in there. You could probably type in some numbers and probably be fairly
best
accurate.
offer. Give me that Stephen Platt cover and I'll throw it. I'll throw it in an executive honeycomb box.
I legit laughed out loud when I texted you I was like, damn, these things are still 3,000. And you just said 300, best offer. What an insult. This guy's got it up for 3,000.
That's the insult. 3,000. Go fuck yourself.
No
one's going to buy that book.
That's the same price as a fucking Hulk 181.
Exactly. No one's going to buy that book. It's like, come on, dude. Like, think white and get serious.
Think white. Well, it's been a pleasure. Harley Dave, what's up, nerds? What's up, brother? Great to see you. And Janice, sup, boners? What's going on, boners? What's up, nerds? Sorry, we are actually taking off, so good to see you, Harley and Jana, but we hope you guys enjoy your weekend. I will say next week is going to be huge. You are not going to want to miss next week's episode. We are going to do the best and worst of 2023. Whew, what a year it has been for comic books. Because we are going to, the four of us, it's going to be me, Kyle, Drew, and Josh. And we're not going to hold back. So we're going to give you our honest thoughts of the year. And it will only be direct market stuff. So like Marvel, DC, Image, Boom, Dark Horse, all that. So,
yeah.
But thank you guys for being here tonight. It's been fantastic hanging with you all again. I've missed this. It's been 2 weeks, so it's good to be back in the game. But we look forward to seeing you guys next week because, like I said, it's going to be a ton of fun. Good way to wrap up and end the year. And we'll have some fun.
Yeah, and I might have some OA to show off. That is It could. Yeah, I doubt it'll be here. I don't know. I doubt it, but you never know. It could show up.
When you show yours, I'll show mine. And
Okay.
yes, it is that sounded as bad as it was. No, I'm kidding.
Yep. Oh, I got a good story to go with mine.
I do with mine too, but it's just because you guys made fun of me for a week straight after I spent my life savings, and you guys are like, "What is it? what am I looking at?" And I was like, "You fucking idiots! You don't know good art when you see it."
I'm waiting for the art to actually be shown.
Yeah.
What is that?
Yeah. Max, I thought you said you bought like original art, like you had a big thing to show us.
Yeah.
It's like,
Is it
fuck
behind
you.
what you're showing? It's behind that, right?
Yeah, right. Was that like a sketch that he did like before? Was that like a
Yeah, that was a
previous
warm
thing?
up, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So whenever you have your OA, I'll show mine as well. Because I think at this point, only the members have seen the MVP members have seen the original art that I'm talking about. Haven't posted it yet.
Oh,
So, all right, guys. Well, we will see you next week for the best and worst of the year of 2023. Thank you all for hanging out with us this week. We appreciate it. And then after that will be Christmas, and then maybe the week right before New Year's, we can do some of our like favorite Christmas comic books, like our favorite holiday Christmas books. We'll go through some of those. So, but look forward to seeing y'all next week. It's going to be a blast. See y'all there. Enjoy your weekend and stay safe.
Bye.
Bye.